The event is about to start. You have to mute your phones and you cannot have any food or drinks here inside the room.
Julio y Albert. Julio y Albert. Julio y Albert. Y després està Saúl. Saúl, sí. Hola, bon dia.
Hello, hello everybody, good morning. All right, well, we are really willing to start this International Day, this final conference. The title is How to Improve the Support System for Survivors or Victims of Hate Crimes. Hate crimes against the LGBTIQ plus community. So we're going to listen to Mr. Julio del Valle, who's the Director General for the Real and Effective Equality of LGBTI people from the Ministry of Equality. We will also listen to Mr. Albert Lacasta, who's the General Director of LGBTI plus public policies of the Catalan government, and Dr. Sara Pagans, who's the Vice Rector for Mobility and Students of the University of Girona. So you will see these projects started in March 2024. It's not yet finished. It will end in February 2026. And this is a European project with 6 partners, 6 entities from Italy, Slovenia, Hungary, Greece, and Spain. And here in Spain, we have the principal investigator, José Langarita from Girona. I'm Pilar. I'm also part of the team, Pilar Albertin, from the University of Girona. And I'm going to just give you a quick overview on the program about the hours and the kind of activities. After the presentation of the people who are here around the table, there's going to be an overview and the main results, the outcome of the ENACT project by Giacomo and José Antonio. And then we'll have professionals' experiences working on hate crimes. We have with us a specialized lawyer, Mr. Saúl Castro. After that, we'll have a coffee break. We have here a little backyard where coffee will be served. And then we will listen to the keynote speech, Understanding Anti-LGBTQIQ plus Hate Crime as Group-Based Oppression. We are providing simultaneous translation if you require that. After that, we'll have a lunch break from 1 to 2 p.m. We have a vegan lunch that will be served in the backyard. And after that, we will start a roundtable on how to improve the support system for survivors of anti-LGBTIQ hate crime. And we will have Pier Giorgio and Maja as main guests. And then we'll have the closing session. This can also be accessed online, and those who are listening to us via streaming, you cannot take the floor, but you can comment via the link that is provided to you. And well, now I'm going to give the floor to the speakers for the opening session. Mr. Julio del Valle, who's the Director General for the Real and Effective Equality of LGBTI plus people. Mr. Alberto Lacasta, General Director of LGBTI public policies. Dear members, dear professors, dear friends, it is a pleasure to welcome you to this opening session of the ENACT project. As a representative of the University of Girona, a university who's very bound to society, and we understand excellency through inclusion, equity, and diversity. Not so long ago, the new bylaws of the university were approved, and they reflect the continuous engagement against any form of discrimination in order to get an effective and equal opportunity. Our bylaws define us and set the pace to follow, and we promote a culture of respect, equity, and dignity. The University of Girona launches specific initiatives in order to fight against any kind of discrimination. All of this developed through the promoted actions that are developed from the area of social engagement and professional orientation. That's why it is so meaningful that the University of Girona participates in this kind of research and in this final conference of the ENACT European project. This is an initiative that was already published in the first term of the year, and now we just want to share the experiences of our research in the different institutions of Italy, Lithuania, Slovenia, Greece, Hungary. And this awareness of discrimination against LGBTI people is present everywhere, and the University of Girona has published guidelines to prevent this kind of discrimination. We have also deployed a project at the customer service in order to improve our response in cases of racism, anti-Semitism, xenophobia, and also any form of intolerance, including anti-LGBTI behaviors. We are also inscribed in SDG 5, and we have developed a second equality plan that contemplates a reform that was approved in December 2024 for the protocol of prevention and action in front of harassment or violent situations due to sex, gender, or sexuality. Last year, we also created the area of diversity in order to take care of any case of diversity. And we help trans people, for example, change their names, or we take into account any kind of LGBTI phobia. We will shortly approve the second inclusion plan that will improve the equality of opportunities, treatment, and no discrimination, and will promote an inclusive culture. We want to focus on the person, and we want to guarantee the rights and opportunities for everybody. This is a framework in which the university is spreading its capacity of analysis and action. And this is shown by the task that is made by CISA, that is today under assessment, together with the rest of the partners of the project, underlying the key role of civil society organizations in order to help affected people. This kind of LGBTIQ plus violence comes from the patriarchal system. We're talking about a violence that we can fight against that is related to economic and social factors, and the lack of trust against legal institutions is something common amongst victims, and this shows the need to improve institutional support with collaboration amongst institutions that provide services and support. The idea of Europe is built upon dynamics like the one we're showing today, common work and progressive work in front of these radical forms from the extreme right wing that threatens coexistence. So I would like to congratulate you for your initiative, for your project, and I wish you a very fruitful day. I have a very hoarse voice. So, hello everybody. Thank you for inviting me, dear Vice Rector, dear colleague, Director of LGBTI policies in Catalonia, dear researchers, dear entities, and dear all, and also dear students of the university. To me, it is a pleasure to be here, and it is a priority to be in small places where sometimes it is difficult to create thought and knowledge. Sometimes certain things take place in big cities like Madrid and Barcelona. So to me, it is very important also to move to smaller cities, smaller areas. So I would like to congratulate the city of Girona for really making this kind of topics a priority. I come from a small town, Valladolid, and sometimes it is difficult to make this kind of topics public in small places. Here you have researchers who are really putting forward this project. So I think that it is necessary to have an institutional presence here so that you can see there's support in your endeavors. There is this hate narrative here in society, and this places democracy at stake. And whenever there are groups that feel excluded or really discriminated, or whenever we see facts as those that we have seen this year in Torre Pacheco, for example, and so on, we see that it is so important because, again, this is a threat for our democratic system. And we really need to make this space of rights prevail. And the International LGBTI organization says that we are one of the countries that is best positioned, but we still have to face some internal problems. There are internal problems of discrimination. You will see that throughout the day. You will see that we require big agreements, big interinstitutional agreements, and agreements also that include academia. We really need to foster this kind of policies. And it's good to have professors here from different disciplines. Now we are trying at the Congress of Deputies, we are trying under the initiative of the President of the government, we're trying to reach an agreement, a state agreement on a hate narrative. We are creating a subcommission at the Congress of Deputies for that purpose, and we're working on a report, and this will be presented shortly. Because, well, I think that the Congress and our institutions have become aware of the importance of this for people who suffer discrimination because they're just a part of a certain group. And also it's very important to have that in order to safeguard our democracy. It is true that there are some instruments, there are certain instruments on the table, and we have data. We know that the topics we deal with are often not filed. I mean, they're not the object of file or complaints. I mean, not as much as it should be. And actually, well, there are fewer criminal sentences than there should be. So this has been proven. I mean, there is a lack of reporting. So if we're able to have stronger institutional discourse, it will be better. And the Ministry of Interior with the Office of Against Hate Crimes provides a report, an annual report on those crimes that are related to sexual orientation, gender identity, and this reinforces the need to take action from all the groups in the state. In 1925, there were 528 hate crimes that were related to orientation and sexual orientation and identity, and this is 1.15% more than the previous year. And on the whole figure of hate crimes, we're talking about 27% more. So this is actually the data, even though there is this kind of lack of reporting, as I said, because, again, very often people do not complain, do not report because of fear or because of shyness or just because they have a sexual orientation that is different from that of the majority of people. So there are many situations in which there is a lack of reporting. And now, in this context, we have approved the third action plan of the Home Office against hate crimes, and there are a series of measures in order to tackle all these situations that I was mentioning. So this is one of the instruments that we have. We have this Office for Hate Crimes, and we have this action plan from the Home Office or Ministry of the Interior, and it's an action plan for 2025-2028. With 109 specific measures in order to tackle these situations. And besides that, we obviously have other instruments, such as the Act 4/2023, which is the LGBTI Trans Act. That includes a series of measures. Then there are two strategies that are stemming from that very act, and these strategies will be approved in July for equal treatment and non-discrimination against LGBTI people, and also non-discrimination against trans people for the same period of time. And we also have this hotline, 028, which is a free line that works 24/7. And actually, we have to say that there's been the collaboration of Generalitat to provide this service. And, well, from all the calls that are received by this hotline since the 5th of June 2023 to the 5th of November 2025, there have been over 3,000 calls. And actually, this and hate crimes complaints represent 9% of that, because, well, we provide this service, and there are people who call parents because they don't know what to do with their children. They do not know how to face certain situations regarding identity. So this is a hotline that receives many different kinds of call. But again, we see that almost 10% of the people call because of situations of violence or discrimination against them. And there are other instruments and there are other policies that take place through the Council of Participation of LGBTI people. This is our body of participation that encompasses many different ministries, as well as social organizations, experts. And in this council, there is a working group for these issues. We are also present in the institutional agreements against related forms of intolerance. And we have an attention, we are focused there in hate crimes against all these circumstances. And then there is the European framework. There's the Council of Europe, and there's also the European Commission. There's a high-level group that works against discrimination in which we participate. We also have data from the Asylum and Refugee Commission, the asylum seekers or those who request international protection because of LGBTI phobia in their countries of origin. For example, in 2024, there were 20% of asylum seekers that were seeking asylum because of these reasons. So, well, just to give you an overview of the different actions that the state is developing and the path that we're trying to follow with this state agreement that we want to approve soon. I mean, maybe not as soon as we wish, but yeah, this is our roadmap, and this is what we want to follow, and in order to work together for this purpose, which is protecting, especially protecting most vulnerable people, and really focusing on the victim, because sometimes we forget the victim within all of our processes. And I think that in order to achieve our purpose, the work that you are going to do here will be of great importance. Well, I hope that that the painting on the wall will not influence us, because there's a certain context of violence there. I mean, it's a beautiful painting, but and now with this little joke, I would like to finish my my conference and congratulate all the professors that have taken part in it, and I really wish you a fruitful day.
Vice Rector, Director of the Territorial Services, dear attendees, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here in Girona today in order to open this session, this seminar today about a topic that affects us all as society and as institutions, how we can support victims of hate crimes in the LGBTIQ+ community. I want to thank ENACT for their task, and I would also like to thank the participation of all the organizations, Red Lanford and other organizations, and also the host of this conference a few weeks ago. They all remind us that this is a common fight that we are having at a European level. LGBTIQ people know what it means to live in fear and to be discriminated for the simple fact that we love as we do. And this fear does not go away just by reporting, it stays. It is therefore essential to have a comprehensive support system. We can see that there are more people reporting hate crimes against LGBTIQ people, but behind any report there is somebody who needs support and who needs a remedy and reparation that will also help to sustain the social fabric. This session today is essential to build the bridges between civil society and institutions. The studies about victimization or hate crime cannot stay in just reports and on a paper. They have to be translated into protocols and into concrete action to protect people. So we support public policies based on evidence. We need to know more to act better. We need to listen to the victims, but we also need to listen to the professionals that support them, to judges and social and civil organizations that work on the ground. We have to do it with a human rights approach and not with a patronizing approach. They do not need compassion. The LGBTIQ people need real equality. This event is now taking place in a moment where hate crimes are rampaging. We are in danger of losing rights that has been very hard to gain. And we cannot stay silent. We have to respond with more education, more research, and more bold public policies. Because hate is something that you can learn, but you can unlearn it as well. And our work in institutional work and work in network is the best tool that we can use. I want to finish with an idea that I think is essential. I think that Julio already mentioned it in his speech. Hate speech is not a problem of the LGBTIQ plus community, it's a problem for democracy. Because when somebody is attacked just because who he is, the whole society is going back. So supporting the victims, it's at the end of the day a very effective way to defend democracy itself. Thank you very much to all the people that have worked to make this event possible. I hope that you will have a very fruitful day and that you can work together towards a more equitable and more fair society. Thank you very much.
Vale, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. Now we will continue with presenting the results of the study, and we will have with us Dr. Giacomo Viagini and Dr. Jose Langarita.
Good morning to everyone. It's a great honor for me to open this final conference of the ENACT Project. And on behalf of Rete Lenfor, the coordinator organization, and of the entire consortium, I would like to thank the University of Girona, our scientific leader, and the European Commission program, whose support has made this work possible. Today's gathering marks not only the conclusion of 2 years of research, training, and cooperation, but also the beginning of a new phase of reflection, one that invites us to reimagine what inclusive justice can and should mean in Europe today. Let me introduce you to the rationale behind the ENACT project. ENACT was born from a simple yet ambitious question. How can we make justice systems more responsive, trustworthy, and inclusive for survivors of anti-LGBTIQ plus hate crimes? We know that across Europe, hate crimes motivated by sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression remain one of the most invisible yet devastating forms of violence. According to the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency, more than 40% of LGBTQI plus people have experienced discrimination or harassment, and about 1 in 10 has suffered physical attacks or threats. Yet over 80% of these incidents are never reported to the authorities. And this silence is not only the silence of fear, it is often the silence produced by institutional mistrust. Many victims refrain from seeking help because they fear being misunderstood, disbelieved, or even re-victimized by the very systems they should protect them. ENACT, our project, addresses precisely this gap between the formal recognition of rights and their effective implementation. Our mission has been to strengthen the capacity of civil society organizations to support victims, to foster cooperation with public authorities, and to combat secondary victimization through an intersectional and victim-centered approach. The project situates itself within a broader European framework, one that links the European Union Charter of Fundamental Rights, the Victims' Rights Directive, and the LGBTIQ plus Equality Strategy 2020-2025, which has recently renewed for additional 5 years. In this perspective, ENACT contribution has been both pragmatic and political. Pragmatic because it has produced tools, data, and training materials to improve real-life practices, and political because it has reaffirmed that justice is a European public good inseparable from the dignity and the equality of all citizens. Inclusive justice, as we conceive it, is not limited to punishing offenders. It also means recognizing victims, listening to their stories, and ensuring that institutions act as agents of care and not only as instruments of renewed harm. From its inception, ENACT Project has been guided by the conviction that improving justice for victims of anti-LGBTQ+ hate crimes requires both knowledge and cooperation. The project, therefore, set out to combine research, capacity building, and transnational networking within a single coherent framework. Our objectives have been to identify and analyze the systems of victim support that currently exist in Europe, to understand how survivors experience these systems and how professionals perceive their own capacity to respond, and to enhance cooperation between institutions and civil society, and to provide training tools capable of preventing secondary victimization. To achieve these aims, ENACT adopted a mixed method approach and participatory approach, integrating comparative legal analysis, qualitative interviews, focus groups, and action research. Across 6 countries, Spain, Italy, Greece, Hungary, Slovenia, and Lithuania, partners conducted more than 100 in-depth interviews with victims, professionals, and representatives of institutions, and organized national and transnational workshops that foster dialogue among researchers, NGOs, police officers, lawyers, psychologists, and of course, policymakers. This methodological pluralism allowed us to connect empirical findings with normative frameworks, translating the lived experiences of survivors into evidence-based policy recommendation and practical instruments for inclusive justice. Now, written and presented the results of the project, which will be discussed in detail by my colleague, Professor Langarita, I would like to briefly reflect on the conceptual and ethical foundations that have shaped the ENACT project throughout its development. At its core, the project is built upon the idea that justice is relational. It emerges not solely from laws on procedures, but from the quality of the relationships that links victims, institutions, and society. When these relationships are characterized by empathy, transparency, and accountability, justice can become a source of healing and social cohesion. When they are absent, justice risks becoming another form of exclusion. So ENACT seeks to strengthen this relational dimension by promoting cooperation between civil society and state actors. It recognizes that organizations working on the ground possess forms of expertise, emotional, cultural, and practical, that complement legal and institutional knowledge. Their involvement transforms justice from an abstract promise into a current practice of care. Equally important is the project's European ethos. ENACT embodies a commitment to shared values, dignity, equality, and non-discrimination. These are not merely principles enshrined in the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, but living norms that must inform daily professional conduct. By bringing together partners from diverse legal and cultural contexts, ENACT has sought to cultivate a sense of common responsibility, the awareness that protecting LGBTIQ+ persons from violence is not a national concern, but a European imperative. Finally, ENACT reminds us that addressing hate crimes is inseparable from fostering trust. Victims must trust institutions to protect them. Institutions must trust civil society as a partner, and societies must trust that inclusion strengthens rather than threatens democratic order. Building this mutual trust is perhaps the most enduring legacy of the project and the most urgent task for the future. So throughout these 2 years, they're coming to an end, ENACT has facilitated 6 national workshops and one transnational workshop, bringing together more than 100 professionals and policymakers. And these meetings have served as laboratories of cooperation, so spaces where police offices, psychologists, judges, NGOs, and researchers could speak a common language and, more importantly, listen to one another. And the outcome is not a one-size-fits-all model, but a shared framework of principles and good practices centered on coordination, empathy, and accountability. For example, the portfolio of services that we present today is the tangible expression of this effort. It outlines the minimum standards that every member state should ensure: psychological support, legal aid, safe reporting mechanism, and partnership between public and community-based actors. Another key component of the ENACT project has been the training module for justice and law enforcement professionals. And this module, tested in all participating countries, aims to increase awareness of bias-motivated violence, promote respectful and victim-centered interaction, and develop institutional capacity to prevent re-victimization. The feedback from participants has been overwhelmingly positive. Many, for example, reported that the training offered them for the first time a safe space to reflect critically on their own practices and on the implicit biases embedded in legal and policing culture. Such initiatives show that change within institutions is possible, provided that we create opportunities for learning, dialogue, and shared responsibility. Beyond the research and training, ENACT has also invested in public communication. Awareness raising is not an accessory dimension, it's a core pillar of justice. So we cannot expect victims to claim their rights if they do not know them, nor can we expect institutions to change if public discourse continues to normalize hate. So through social media and campaigns, press release, and public events, we have reached thousands of people across Europe, and the message has been consistent. Hate crimes are not identity issues, not only identity issues, they are democracy issues. Where any group is targeted for who they are, the integrity of the democratic order itself is at stake. So as the project concludes, several lessons emerge that may guide future action. First, cooperation must be institutionalized. Too often, partnership between NGOs and public authorities depend on personal commitment rather than structural mechanisms. We need formal protocols, funding stability, and mutual recognition to ensure continuity. Second, victim support must be understood as a human right, not as charity or discretionary service. This requires integrating hate crime assistance within national victim support frameworks rather than treating it as a niche or exceptional area. Third, we must continue to address the backlash against gender and sexual diversity spreading across Europe. Anti-gender narratives, discriminatory legislation, and political instrumentalization of identity threaten not only the LGBTQ+ person, but the very fabric of pluralist democracy. In this climate, projects like ENACT are not merely technical exercises. They are acts of civic courage. So as we look back on 2 years of collaboration, I would like to highlight one central conviction, and I'm coming to an end, I promise. Justice is not a static institution, it's a social relationship. It lives in the interactions between victims and professionals, between civil society and the state, between the local realities and the European norms. Every time an officer listens with respect, every time a judge acknowledges the symbolic harm of hate crime, every time a survivor finds the courage to speak, justice becomes real. So our task as lawyers, researchers, and activists is to ensure that this relationship remains open, dialogical, and humane. So the title of today's conference, How to Improve the Support System for Survivors of Anti-LGBTQ+ hate crimes. And after 2 years of work, our answer to this question is clear: through cooperation, through knowledge, and through empathy, institutionalized as a policy. So to conclude, I want to express my deepest gratitude to all the ENACT partners, to the University of Girona, our scientific leader, to CMOP from Greece, to Other Society from Hungary, to Peace Institute from Slovenia, to Lithuania Gay League from Lithuania, and of course to Rete Lenford from Italy, and to all supporting institutions that have contributed with expertise, time, and conviction. I'm also very grateful to the European Commission, whose funding program continues to be a cornerstone for the protection of fundamental rights across our continent. And finally, I would like to thank all the victims and professionals who participate in our research, those who trusted us with their stories. So their voices are the true actors of ENACT. Let us honor that trust by continuing to build together a Europe where justice is not only proclaimed but practiced. A Europe where inclusion is not an aspiration but a daily commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure for us to host this final conference of the ENACT project at the University at Girona City. And it is a wonderful opportunity also to come together and discuss hate crimes against LGBTIQ people in our city with professionals, researchers, decision makers, and of course students. I would like also to thank everyone who is following this event online. In my presentation, I will provide a general overview of the results of the research phase of the project, but of course I will not be able to present all the fundings, because as you can imagine, we are six countries, a lot of interviews, focus group, and this research. So I will only give you some key points for discussing in this presentation. I would like also to say thank you to all the authorities that give support to this project, starting for the European Commission for this granted of the project, but also for the authorities that today supported the project. I will deliver my talk in Catalan, given that it is an opportunity to experience this beautiful language. And of course, if you need, you know that we have translation services from English to Catalan and Catalan/Spanish to English. Deia que faré la meva presentació.
As I was saying, I will continue my presentation in Catalan. We are in Girona, and I thought it was a great opportunity also to hear this beautiful language. In my presentation, I will be talking about an overview of the outcomes of this research phase of the project. Unfortunately, we will not have the chance to see the whole of it because, you know, we won't have time. And we do not have enough time to see it all. But I can see that there are no slides on the screen. How do I do it?
Yo no sé fer. Perdó. Com es fa? Gràcies. Perfect. So, després d'haver fet un PowerPoint.
You know, I worked hard on doing my PowerPoint, and I wanted to show it to you. Great, then. So I would like to start with a quick overview of the starting point and start with a definition, or at least what we understand as hate crimes, because I want us all to be on the same page when we talk about hate crimes, because these hate crimes, they have a double characteristic. On the one side, it is a crime, so it is included in the criminal code, but it's also biased by a prejudice towards a group or a person because this person belongs to a specific group, who is a vulnerable group. We include perceptions because, it could happen that there are people that do not belong to a specific group, but the attackers, they understand that they do belong to the group. Now, following this idea of contextualizing hate crime, I'd like to show you the figures of the third survey on attacks in the 27 states of the European Union. This is a survey that was conducted by the European Agency of Fundamental Rights, which is one of the best, probably the best survey about the reality of the LGBTIQ plus people in Europe. This survey is an open access survey which has been published several years. The first one was published in 2012, 2019, and then 2024 there was the last survey published. The data is completely accessible. You can use your browser to access this information, and if you are curious, you can freely access these results. The first question had to do with violent experiences, like physical or sexual attacks for the fact that you belong to LGBTIQ group in the past 5 years. The average figure at the European Union is 13% for the LGBTIQ people. But if we focus on transgender men, this figure rises up to 23% and up to 29% in the case of transgender women. Now, continuing with the context, another question in this survey is if they reported the most recent incident of hate-motivated harassment or attack to any organization or institution. And, although there are all these experiences of violence that we saw recently, we see that the level of reporting is quite high. 90% of the LGBTIQ people did not report. 90% of transgender men did not report the attack, and 85% of transgender women did not report it either. This is all the results of the countries that took part in the project. Now, if we focus on the outcomes of the Eurobarometer, which was published in 2023, we can see that at the European level, 69% of citizens think that LGBTIQ people should have the same rights as heterosexual people, marriage, adoption, etc. 72% do agree that same-sex marriages should be allowed throughout Europe, and 47% agree that there should be offer a third option in your legal documents besides male or female. But these figures include huge differences between countries. There are big differences between countries such as Lithuania or Spain. Perceptions are completely different between these two countries, and you can access all this data online. We can see that there are figures that are very, very far apart if we look it by country. So there is a long road ahead. The response in the face of violence and discrimination should be considered. Also, understanding this complexity, we should understand that we are facing a multi-sided phenomenon, and all the simplistic approaches do not offer enough explanations. We should avoid approaches that are focusing only on the punishment without considering reparation or remedy and the well-being of the victims. Simplest approaches can also lead to wrong interpretations. We may think that we live in a society which is open to diversity, where there are only some rotten apples, people who have barbaric attitudes that are isolated and are an exception. And as Moniquity says, I think it is important to consider that this society is also built upon what we call the heterosexual thinking. So one of the challenges of the public policies and the support systems for victims is that there are some hardships and difficulties to understand the different relationships of oppressions that some of the victims experience. Here we are talking about intersectionality, and we will discuss the results on that specific topic later on. And last but not least, we see that most of the victims, or many of them, they are not aware of their rights, especially when the harassment does not entail any severe crimes like killings or other severe crimes. And sometimes they do not know what services they can access, what services they can access. They do not have the tools either to understand the nature or the experiences of most of the LGBTIQ people. So the services are not well trained. So there is a long road ahead, as I was saying earlier. The objectives of this project have been to map and evaluate the existing services for victims of anti-LGBTIQ hate crimes, analyze the experiences of the victims, but also the perspectives of the professionals, identifying the strengths and weaknesses related to the cooperation between the public authorities and social organizations. Whenever we present our research, and this is something that we always do in social sciences, is that we want to explain our methodology. So our methodology, it was a qualitative one. We worked in 6 European countries with different legal framework, different social and political contexts, as we saw in the first part of my presentation, but also as my colleague mentioned earlier. So we can then imagine that this poses a challenge when it comes to the methodology, because we have 6 countries that have many differences, and sometimes it was complicated, but we elaborated a methodology guide which served us to set out the guidelines to carry out the work on the field and also the analysis. So we had a qualitative approach, semi-structured interviews with professionals and victims, and we also used focus groups with professionals. In this sense, we have conducted 79 interviews, 71 to professionals, and also focus groups with 30 participants, more or less. We also involved the ethics committee of the University of Girona to carry out the assessment, and it was assessed in a positive manner.
I'll start by telling you about some of the findings, and I'm going to focus on 2 issues. First of all, the experiences of victims and the experiences of reporting. And of course, there are many other issues to comment on regarding the research, but you can find that as well in the international reports. But I really wanted to focus on these 2 issues because this can really give you an overview on the project. And since we will have some more time later on, well, we'll be able to talk about other matters as well. But the idea is that the experiences of victims are very diverse, not only regarding the facts that they have suffered, but also the persistence, the insistence, the perception, the evidence. And this is a very interesting starting point, because a unique interpretation of the experience of the victims may be a limiting factor when we want to support them. For example, if we talk about hate crimes, well, we know that these can have very severe repercussions on people, and these repercussions are greater than those for other kinds of crime. For example, some of these repercussions are, well, not showing affection in public, or applying self-censorship, or having psychological effects such as anxiety, depression, PTSD, sorry. So the people who participated in the research in Hungary said things like, I felt that I will never again be someone who hasn't been attacked. Something happened that impacted me negatively, and it is irreversible. So, well, this shows perfectly well the idea and the impact that this form of violence has on the victims. And this is something that has been gathered as well in many other countries and participating countries, and this kind of impact is reproduced in all of them. We've also seen that this negative effect does not only happen when these people are victims of hate crimes, but also when they are discriminated, or when they are in situations of discrimination, even if there is no such thing as a proper hate crime as understood by the definition. I mean, hate crime is included in the criminal law. But in spite of this, there are certain people who have lived forms of discrimination which do not constitute a crime, but they do have an impact in their experiences. There's a psychological impact. So we see, again, through the interviews, that there is not a direct correlation between the crime itself and the psychological impact. For example, there are certain actions that can have less of an emotional impact, like rejection, which is not a hate crime, or wrong-looking or ill-looking. Well, they can have these kind of situations can have a very strong impact in certain contexts, even though they're not typified as a crime by the criminal law. So again, this can have an emotional impact, even though it's not a crime. Another thing that we found out is the normalization of violence. This appears in all the countries in a way or another. It's the fact that victims normalize violence. They accept violence as something to be expected. So this is a great limitation when we want to approach this kind of crimes. And this means as well that sometimes victims do not access support services because they have normalized the violence. So it seems that if you're a queer person, well, you can expect that you will find some kind of hate situation. And another element that came out from the interviews, in some countries more than in others, was this intersectionality, these factors of oppression that are experienced by victims, because they always condition their experience regarding violence, because sometimes they represent that which is considered undesirable. For example, we can see that in different forms. For example, racialized people, or an LGBTI people, or a homeless person. So there are diverse oppression factors, and this has an effect not only in the way the victims experience violence, but also in their greater difficulty to access services of support. So the further away these persons are from the norm, from the standard, the more likely they are to live aggressions because of what they are, because of what they represent. And on top of this, they are less likely to access support services. In the study in Spain, we see that people, the more education they have, the more economic means they have, well, the more options they have to access some kind of legal protection. And regarding the experiences of violence by victims, I would also like to underline the idea that violence is perceived as a continuum. This is something that was developed by certain authors in the 90s. And they said that violence is not understood as some isolated facts, but rather as a continuum that affects different forms of age. There's physical violence, there's symbolic violence, there's structural violence, and all these forms of violence are interconnected. The idea of Nancy Seberhoods helps us understand how the experiences of victims are characterized by this continuum throughout time, but also through different structures. Violence against the LGBTI community has been a constant part of their lives, of the people who have participated in this study. And this violence interferes in different spheres of life regarding social structures. And so this quote that comes from an interview in Spain shows how we can isolate facts from or separate facts from the context. And I would like to read the quotation here. The first time was when I was 8 years old. They put my head in the toilet. They closed the lid until they broke my eardrum and my jaw. When I was 14, they broke my 2 small fingers because they said that I bent them too much and that I was very gay. They put them on the ground and they broke them with a bicycle running over me. When I was at university, age 22, I was beaten up. They broke my sternum, 3 ribs, the humerus, and 2 toes. And then, recently, at the LGBTI Pride celebration in Madrid, the police put me against a wall during a search for drugs, which they didn't find, but in front of everyone and very rudely, with a haughty tone of voice, with a lot of contempt, they said things like, well, it's just that all gay people in Madrid had drugs. Well, it's just that all of you are partying here and would be quite weird not to find drugs on you. So we see that we talk about violence as a continuum. This is something that appears throughout time, and it really appears in many different structures and contexts. I do not want to extend myself too much, and I would like now to talk about the experiences of reporting. And here, one common factor in all participating countries is that victims have very scarce knowledge on how to report and what kind of services they can access. They gather knowledge when they suffer these experiences. And actually, in Italy, it came out that young people are trying to find responses in the internet, even though I mean, there's not always the right answer in the internet because of the sources, of course. And then another finding is support as a fundamental element so that victims can really face these hate crimes. When victims of violence do not have the support of their environment, their relatives, their next of kin, well, then this violence is perceived in a more extreme manner, and then it is much more difficult to solve this situation for victims. Especially if we take into account that not all the victims, not all the persons have the same role when they provide support. There's the role of friends and the role of professionals, which is different. But everyone has to know what role they have to play. And here again, I have a quote which says, well, the attitudes of police officers and other administrators have to significantly improve. They must take these cases seriously. They must encourage victims to report an incident. They must provide people with more information, since we witness that they receive very little information on the spot. So sometimes providing information so that victims can have informed decision-making process, this is another way of support. And this is something that professionals must do, because it's very difficult that you have a friend or a relative that can provide you this kind of support, because they don't have always this kind of knowledge. And regarding the needs, an important element is that the needs of victims vary depending on the incident, depending on the process, depending on themselves. So we see that the needs of victims in the immediate moment are related to emotional support, protection, counseling. But then, through time, there are other needs that may not be considered at first instance. For example, the efficacy of legal procedures. In Italy, for example, emotional support varies throughout time. It is sometimes believed that emotional support has to be provided only immediately after the incident, but it should also be provided on the long term. I'm going now to talk about the strengths. And here I'm referring to strengths. You can consult the reports that are published. And we see here that the visibility of LGBTQI plus associations is getting stronger, and this is a strength, actually. And one of the strengths as well is that there is more promotion and cooperation between organizations. There are also institutional initiatives in some countries, for example, in Slovenia, in Spain. There's this institutional initiatives, and we also have adequate legal frameworks, for instance, in Spain, in Greece, in Hungary. So sometimes the problem is not having like the legal appropriate framework, but other frameworks as well. There's in Spain the existence of specialized services. For example, in Catalonia, there's the SAIS, and there's some representatives here of this kind of services. And there's the commitment of professionals, which normally they want to do a good job and they want to support, and this is something very positive as well. Now, the weaknesses. The lack of specialization in anti-discrimination law in some participant countries, for example, the case of Italy, problems with accessibility and bureaucracy. This is something that we found out in all the countries. Limitations in data collection. We think it's difficult to collect data, especially when we think that this kind of data can only be collected through formal complaints to the police that are filed in the police. So sometimes this data is not very reliable. Sometimes we have to rely on other forms of measurements. Another weakness is the low legal awareness amongst victims, and this is shared in all European countries. There's a political climate and institutional homophobia in some countries, for example, in Lithuania, in Hungary, in Italy. I would dare to say that in Spain as well. There's also a difficulty to address forms of discrimination that are not considered crimes. There are forms of discrimination which have, as we said before, a very strong emotional impact, even though they're not considered crimes. So we need to see how to support in that situation. Also insufficient staff, also the lack of legal specialization and knowledge. We see that sometimes NGOs that provide support, they do not have the sufficient legal knowledge. Also, there's a lack of trained police officers in Slovenia and Greece. And I would especially insist on the first attention officers. And there's also lack of trust in the police or even fear of the police in Spain, Slovenia, and Greece. I am going to finish soon. But I have here 2 slides on the opportunities. The opportunities are the legal capacities here in Italy and in Spain, because here we do have the correct legal framework. Now it's only has to be enforced. Then another opportunity is lifelong training in all participant countries. Here in the Spanish context, there is some training happening in certain territories, especially. There's another opportunity, the development of research about sexual and gender diversity, also the involvement of and engagement of institutions. This is an opportunity, and it's the case in Spain, for example, in Italy, in some territories, I would say. And there's an increased cooperation amongst the actors. But of course, there are also some threats. The risk of regression in rights. This is a threat which we wouldn't have thought of 5 years ago. But today, this is a risk. This is a risk in all participating countries. Another important threat is the economic and social inequalities. When it comes to supporting the victims, whenever there's inequality, it's very difficult to access services. Then there is authoritarianism and hostile communications. This is something that we found out, especially in Hungary. Another threat is the insufficient governmental support and also the inconsistent application of the legal framework. So we see that there's this context in which there's a lot of work to do. There are lots of challenges, lots of things to do. But of course, there's also a lot of room to develop all of this and make proposals. Thank you very much.
Saúl, ara començarem amb...
And now we will start with Saúl's lecture. Saúl Castro.
Espera, que voy a poner esto, que no sabía. I think you have to push it. Yeah.
Yeah, is this working? Yeah, it's working. Dear professors, partners, other entities, good morning to you all and welcome again to the final conference of the ENACT project. As a representative of CMOP, the Greek partner who participated in the ENACT project, I'm grateful and honored to chair this panel. Following the detailed insight of the theoretical outputs and results emerged from the desk and field research conducted in the context of the ENACT project, today, as a part of the final conference, we are honored to have with us esteemed professionals who will share their experiences working in hate crimes. So I would like to welcome Saúl Castro Fernandez, who has an inspiring professional background in international and criminal and human rights law, and is an active lawyer specializing in hate crimes. So the floor is yours. We're really happy to have you here with us, and if you have any questions following up, we're going to talk about them. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Moltes gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if you can see my presentation properly. Well, first of all, thank you everybody for being here. I think that this is a very interesting event, and I really like the approach it's taken, because one of the greatest criticism that I have, or one of the things that we sometimes miss from the world of activism and the world of the fight against discrimination, is intersectionality. Sometimes we think that academia talks from a place and then professionals talk from a totally different place. And I think that this event is really interesting because we are seeking this kind of intersectionality so that people from academia can also enjoy the experiences of professionals and vice versa. So first of all, I'm going to put the timer. Well, first of all, I just wanted to give you an overview and present the contents that I want to tackle. As I have been introduced, I am a lawyer and I'm specialized in anti-discriminatory law, and I'm specialized in discriminations towards people from the LGBTI group, or homophobia, and I also work at a freelance level to support victims or also to help NGOs. And I also help some of the lawyers at the hotline, the 028 service, the hotline that has been mentioned this morning, that is really doing quite a pioneering work here in Spain. And I think that it's very important to make that hotline even more visible. So this is my background, and I would like, from this standpoint, I would like to tackle certain issues that are very present in my professional work when I accompany victims of discriminatory crimes and when I structure cases that are related to discriminatory violence because of LGBTI phobia, mainly. So these are the contents that I would like to tackle. But I would like to raise a question, and please raise your hands. And I like this to be quite dynamic. Of course, you can, you can gather doubts and questions, and later on I can answer them. But raise your hand. How many of you here are legal experts? All right. And from these legal experts, are there any lawyers who are exercising their profession? Do you go to court? Yes? Okay. Okay, well, this is important because I'm going to deal with some legal terminology, and I wanted to make sure that everybody understands. So, well, I'll try to avoid some technical terms, but if there's anything you don't understand, well, I'll try to make it clear for you. So the first thing I would like to approach is a series of problems that I have identified, especially with victims and associations that support LGBTI. So there's a kind of tunnel vision regarding hate crime. It seems that absolutely everything has to be a hate crime indeed in order to be investigated, in order to be part of a judicial process, and in order to provide reparation to the victims. And this is not the case, actually. Not all discriminatory violence are hate crimes, the way they're typified in the criminal law or in the criminal code. So not all of it has the characteristic of a hate crime. I mean, not all of it has all the requirements for that to be a hate crime. So this enters into conflict with the approach that I usually see from the NGOs, the specialized NGOs with whom I work, because it seems that most times when a victimized people approaches an NGO, they tell that person that what you have suffered is a hate crime, and therefore it has to be investigated as a hate crime. And we always talk about crime, and we generate this narrative towards victims that these violence, if this is discriminatory violence, it has to be articulated through hate crime, and then it has to be the object of an investigation of a prison penalty. So we create this discourse, this narrative, and sometimes we have to disarticulate this kind of narrative, because maybe the violence that they have been victims of is not a hate crime. So we have to explain them that even if that is not a hate crime, it can also be the object of research, of sanction and penalty and reparation, even though it's not through the same channels than those for hate crime. So maybe the judge will not consider that hate crime, but it is institutional. It can be violence, discriminatory violence, or it can also be institutional violence. So, well, sometimes the work of NGOs does not help, maybe because of their own lack of knowledge, of legal knowledge or specialized knowledge, because we generate this confusion. It's either discriminatory violence is a hate crime and therefore it can be investigated, or it is not, and then there's no way to investigate on that. And this is not the case. I would also like to give you an example of my professional practice. Last month, I had a case of a boy who was walking the street and listening to music in the headphones, and then he is attacked by a man all of a sudden, and he gets kicks and blows. No verbalizing, because or the boy didn't hear anything because he was listening to music. The aggression lasted for a couple of minutes because there were some policemen in civil clothes, and they stopped it. But the attacker justified the aggression because he said, I'm homophobic and I saw the way he was looking at me and I don't want people to flirt with me in that way. So this is the version that he gave to the two policemen, to the two officers. So this is a crime of aggression, and it was not a hate crime. So I had to explain to the victim that even if this was not a hate crime, it was being sanctioned. And these would be considered as a discriminatory behavior using other channels than those of hate crime. But of course, this takes time. I mean, we have to explain the victims, and this is part of the job that we have to do. We have to analyze what kinds of alternatives we have in our legal system to guarantee that the discriminatory component of a violence suffered by a person does not disappear. So what is it? Apart from the 510 crime, which is typified as a crime against the dignity of a vulnerable community, apart from that, there are other crimes, 511, 512, discrimination to enjoy some aids, or also association with the purpose to discriminate. And also there's the crime of discrimination at the workplace. These are the kinds of discrimination crimes that exist, actually. So, for example, rejecting a person at the workplace because of discrimination is not a hate crime, but it is a discriminatory crime. And there are certain conditions that may elevate the penalty, because we understand that the crime is worse because the crime has been committed with a discriminatory motivation. For example, and these would be an aggravating factor like homophobia and so on. And these can be considered as a crime. For instance, a sexual aggression that is committed because of discriminatory issues can be considered as aggravating factor because of this homophobia. Or there can also be a kind of robbery aggravated by homophobia. So the way that this will be investigated on will include this aggravating factor and the discriminatory element when it comes to the penalty. So is it clear? Yes. So, and then there are other channels, other ways. There's the civil procedures of protection of honor, protection of image. And this is recognized in lots of rulings where people are charged with paying reparations when there have been some kind of verbal offenses, because there's the vulneration of the right to honor. And there's also people who reveal data on the sexual orientation of the person, and there's nothing, and then they're charged because of this offense against private and intimacy. So these guarantees reparation and prosecution, even though this is not a hate crime.
Then we also have some sanction procedures that are gathered in different laws, like 15/22 or 4/23, or some laws of the autonomous communities that have to do with LGBTIQ rights, or other regulations in other regulated areas like advertising or work. They also see or foresee some punishment, which are in the form of fines, for example. But sometimes there is a lack of knowledge by the legal professionals that support the victims, but there's also a lack of knowledge of this legislation by the police officers. And sometimes the reports are filed and are not prosecuted. The one thing I wanted to tell you, that I wanted to convey with my speech, is that there are crimes that may not be hate crimes, but they can still be investigated and prosecuted. Great part of my job as a lawyer who's specialized in discrimination violence is to explain to the victim what is the way we should follow, which is the path we should follow. This is one of the great part of the job that I do with victimized people, because there is interiorized narrative that all discriminatory violence is a hate crime. This is how it is explained in our in the criminal code 510(1) is the hate crime. And there is also an explanation, which is to publicly foster any sort of direct or indirect hatred against somebody. And then 510(2) doesn't entail an advertising, but it has to do with action that harms the dignity of a person, that includes humiliation or due to any characteristic of the person. So this is what hate crimes are if you look at their description in the Spanish law. But these kind of crimes do not include all sorts of discriminatory violence that exists. Now, the second main block that I wanted to cover today does not have to do with the object of the investigation or the kind of violence that we are approaching when I get, for example, a discriminatory case, a discriminatory violence case. But I want to talk about some things that I have identified with victims, things that are more cross-cutting, that do not necessarily link to the type of violence that the victim suffers, but that have to do with the fact that they do not report the attack, or that they trust the system and the system is not giving them the trust back. And what I wanted to say in this regard is that, first and foremost, there are many victims, or almost all the victims of violence, do not know that they are victims of hate crimes or discriminatory violence. First, as we were saying earlier, there are many NGOs and also the police forces do not inform them adequately about the kind of violence that they have suffered and what are the paths that they can follow. In the case of police officers, sometimes they do not want to take in their reports because they say that it is not a crime and they cannot file the report. And they say that this there is no discrimination circumstance, that there is no hate crime, and they are invited not to report. So, and this is, there is something coming from the institution who is forced or who is obliged to file this kind of report. When I work in the hotline, the 028 number, sometimes my work is to explain to the victims, like, for example, I have supported cases of work abuse for migrants, And throughout the interview, they said, "No, yeah, my boss says that I'm a pussy and that I am, there are two things here. You're being exploited, but you're also experiencing discriminatory violence in your work environment, and these people may not be aware of that." And in this case, was also aggravated also by the fact and the situation that there was a multiple discriminatory violence, because they are living in more vulnerable contexts. But beyond that, that there is victims that do not know that they are victims, or sometimes they do not know that the violence that they have suffered can be investigated and can be reported. Adding to this, there is another lack of knowledge which has to do with their own rights. Here, my legal experts, the legal expert in the room that rose their hand earlier, who are lawyers or who are law experts, sometimes there is a lack of knowledge. They will agree with me that there is a lack of knowledge of the rights of the victims, because the average citizen or the average person who lives in a society is not aware of the rights that we have when we are a victim of a crime. And beyond this lack of knowledge, the judges and the courts do not inform the victims when they file a report. And they say, "No, you don't worry, you will receive a letter," and they do not write down the address, or for example, or they do not send a resolution to the victims, or they tell the victims, we have decided to file this, and any legal decision can be contested. And sometimes when they come to us, when the victims come to us, victims that have filed a report, or they never heard back from the court. Sometimes the court has said, "Oh, you shouldn't worry because, appealing to this decision without any other evidence is going to be very complicated," and they are disencouraging them to do that. And sometimes we are beyond the deadline, and sometimes we have to argue that this can be investigated, it can be researched, and the argument that we use is that the victims were not properly informed. They have the right to receive accurate and timely information about the procedure. If this is not done, you can file a complaint against the court, and this somehow tells that the court has to inform the victim about the decision, and they have 20 days to appeal to that decision. The victims do not know their rights properly, and sometimes they're not informed about their rights, and sometimes the public prosecution offices ignore this information about the victims. One of the things that I see the most, or that I have having more problems in telling the victims, is that it is important to go to the court with a lawyer and to count with the support of a lawyer to support them throughout the whole procedure. I do not want you to spend money in your defense, because if you don't have the money, well, we will see how we can fund your defense. But the public prosecutor's office should guarantee that the person who is a victim in a criminal procedure should be guaranteed. This is not true, because the public prosecutors, they are overloaded with work, and sometimes they do not protect the victims enough. The specialized public prosecutors' offices are only present in the capital of the province. What does this mean? It means that you are suffering any kind of crime in another area within the province. which is not the capital, there will not be a specialized public prosecutor. If there is any other crime, a discriminatory crime, the public prosecutor, the specialized public prosecutor, will be no part of the procedure. And sometimes, even though they are there, they do not interview the victims. They do not gather evidence. They do not understand the context, the story of the victim. And then what happens is that they do not asking for the right evidence. They do not include the declaration of the victims or the witnesses because they do not know the story. And sometimes what you have to do is to explain the victim, in this case, which is so complex, it is very important for you to have a lawyer to make sure that your rights are upheld, because the public prosecutor is not going to do it. And then another conversation that I like to have with the victims is about their expectations and their legitimacy. This is a conversation that you should have with them always. And they should know that you may have the most obvious evidence that there has been discrimination crime or hate crime. It's quite likely that the court can rule in the other direction. And sometimes the court may fail in the procedure, that they do not meet the deadlines. And this requires a parallel work of telling the victim not all the justice is criminal justice or institutional justice. Sometimes we have to seek other paths to meet these expectations of remedy and reparation that you have, because sometimes people are told to report, but they do not tell you what happens after the report. And sometimes you think that when you file a report, there's going to be punishment and there's going to be a remedy, but it's not always the case. And sometimes I think that we should change the focus of the narrative, and we should focus also on the report, but also on the investigation and how this investigation should take place and how should the courts proceed with this kind of reports and crimes. There was a case of a couple of two boys that were attacked early in the morning, and one of them lost all their teeth as a result of this attack. And we have been 2 years, 1 year to start an investigation, and then 1 whole year more to ask the police to review the footage of the CCTV cameras and other witnesses in the area. So the court wanted to file the case because they said you cannot identify the author of this case. Well, if it takes you 2 years to start the investigation, well, it's very difficult then to identify the author. These two guys, they filed a report 2 days after they came out of the hospital. Then this case went to the court, and then 6 months had gone by, and it was not classified as a hate crime. Then we had to appeal to that decision, and this has not. At the end of the day, what it means that it has not been investigated appropriately, and we should think about all these things. Then we also have the other aspect of the intimacy of the victim. What the courts do not do most of the times is to make sure that the victim can do the declaration in a private space to avoid the victims being re-victimized, and to guarantee that the impact that the procedure can have on the victim should be the less possible. We should always focus on protecting their well-being and their intimacy. I am the lawyer of a well-known association in the Basque Country, and there are lots of procedures where there is this case of one person who killed several gay men that he contacted via a dating app. And, in this case, the relatives of the victims, the dead victims and the survivors were, they were scared to declare in public because it was a case that was all over the media. And the judges had not guaranteed to a safe declaration. Thanks to the intervention of my association, we could guarantee that they could declare in a certain atmosphere of safety. Sometimes, there are things that people may take for granted. They may think that the public prosecutor is going to consider, but this is not always the case. This leads us to the next point, to the next part of my presentation, which is that especially vulnerable victims are less protected. For example, irregular migrants, they are very scared to interact with institutions because they do not want to be expelled from the country. And the NGOs don't tell them because they maybe don't know them that the law recognizes the hate crime, and sometimes even if you report a hate crime, it may ease your situation, because sometimes what they think is the contrary. They think that if they file a report, they're going to be expelled of the country and their migrant status is going to worsen. There is this lack of knowledge which does not provide the correct assistance to victims. Then there's also young people or minors who do not have the mechanisms that to report against relatives that may be having a discriminatory attitude against them. Now, for example, there is an initiative which has been processed at the Congress of Deputies in Spain to uphold the rights of minors who are transitioning. They have not included any a ruling or any observation that guarantees the young people who are being harassed by their relatives to be hosted or to be protected in a specific facility. We receive calls from 16, 17, 18 or 19-year-old people saying, my dad is taking me to this place where I'm receiving forced medication to stop being gay, right? One of the main responses is you have to report against your parents, and they say, yeah, and where I'm going to stay if I cannot live with my parents anymore, And this makes it very difficult for these people. We try to find them a safe place where they can live, but there is no public system that guarantees this kind of protection for these victims. And this is a violence which is more severe, because it happens in your household, in the core of your family, in spaces where your family is supposed to protect you and to treat you better. If we do not have a legal we have a legal system that assumes that family always protects the people, and sometimes in the LGBTIQ plus community this is not the case. Then the trans migrants who are not have no gender recognized in the documents, they are ignored as trans people, despite the fact that there is the Article 15, a trans law that forces authorities to guarantee that in the documents that trans people and that have a regular situation here in Spain that could not include their new gender in their origin country, they should have their new name in the Spanish document. I have now 3 cases of trans women who have been victims of gender-based violence, and their cases have not been seen as gender-based violence because the ministry has not approved a ruling to recognize the gender changes in the document. So they are marginalized, they are treated as gay men, and they are re-victimized throughout the whole procedure. Gender-based violence victims, which is a kind of violence that happens in couples that are not the same gender. So I'm fed up of hearing that if you're not a heterosexual couple, we cannot classify this as gender-based violence. Well, no, this is a fight between girls. And this is what police officer says, and this is not an isolated case. We have recorded this in the hotline that I work for several times, and professionally, I have worked with several people that have received this kind of answers because, this has not been recognized as a specific violence when we're talking about same-sex couples. Sometimes there are also sexual crimes where this kind of violence is not recognized with the same kind of guarantees that is recognized when it's the case of women and children. So all these cases are violences that are not, that remain unseen and that remain invisible and that are a lot more difficult to investigate. The third aspect that I wanted to talk about today, I'm going to do it quite quickly because, I hope that I can cover all the topics very quickly. I want to say many, many things, and, I'm short in time. Well, the discriminatory violence is not investigated appropriately because there is a lack of knowledge regarding the kind of evidence that you should request. All the procedures that I am working on, I ask the forensic specialists to issue a report on the emotional impact on the victims. The courts say, no, this is a report that can't be done because because when you file a report, there is not a medical report on the psychological harm. But in order to assess the harm that you've suffered, you have to have a principle of evidence to justify this kind of harm. For example, if you've been attacked, you can have the report of the hospital when it says that you have been injured in some way, and you should also then have a report saying what's the emotional impact. Part of the work that I have to do with my clients is to make sure that there is a comprehensive evaluation of the victims by forensic specialists. We have to state that these attacks have caused psychological impact because they have been humiliating acts and that have damaged their well-being. So we have to ask the forensic specialist to identify these kind of things, to have a personal interview with the victim, to ask the victim how has affected them to have received this kind of insult, this kind of violence, and how this has affected with that person in particular. Throughout the procedure of and the investigation of hate crimes, there are several evidences that should be requested and that are not requested. There are some indicators that have been established and that are set out by the European Court of Human Rights and other European institutions that set out a set of parameters that are indicators that show us that this crime has been motivated by some discriminatory reasons. I'm not going to go more into detail because you can find all the information on the internet. There's also other evidence that is not requested, sometimes due to the fact that the public prosecutor's office doesn't have the information. The judge doesn't want, is not too worried about this, has not experience in this kind of crimes. And then sometimes the lawyers that support the victims are not aware of the information as well. You can ask for different kinds of evidence, for example, to gather information on social media about the perpetrators, how many incidents have taken place in the same area where this attack took place. Ask for information about to NGOs and other organizations, etc. I am now dealing with a case of discriminatory violence in a place where there were cruising area, where there were young people who were going there and throwing stones at the men that were going to that place. And, that place was described as an important area for men who have sex with other men. And there was a report with all the data, gathering all the data of the NGOs and the public data about the increase of the violence in cruising spaces in that area and in general in Spain in the last year. So the judge accepted to request this evidence. This case had been investigated for 8 months, and nobody had requested this kind of information. There are other slides that are not as important as these ones, but in the last 15 minutes I'm going to talk about the barriers in the investigation. For example, the first that I've already mentioned is the lack of information of the victims. 9th of July 2025, I won an appeal at the Constitutional Court, where in one of the cases in Bilbao of the serial killer that killed gay men that I mentioned earlier, the court had decided to file the case without notifying the relatives that this case would be filed, this procedure would be filed. When we learned that they were going to file the case, because we read on the newspapers, we addressed the court, and the judge said that she didn't have to inform the relatives of the filing of that case. This man was a gay man who had not outed yet, and it was a very complicated case. So there is this ruling by the Constitutional Court that recognizes the obligation of notifying the relatives of victims, because up to that date, it was not included in the jurisprudence. It has taken us 4 years to get to this ruling, but, you know, this is something that most of the courts do not observe. You are a victim, for example, of a discriminatory aggression. You are punched in the face, or they call you pussy or something. Then you go to the hospital, you have an injury report, which is sent to the court right away. Then you go to the police, you file a report, and this report is sent to the court. And these two documents start two different procedures. With the injury report, it is going to be filed right away, because, you know, injury report without a police report is not enough to investigate other injuries. And then the report that you file at the police station, well, one of the possibilities is to open a procedure for an aggression crime without considering the hate or discrimination component of the crime, or start a regular investigation. So what's the difference between these two possibilities? In a procedure of light or less severe crime, there is no investigation. This is a kind of investigation that has to do with crime that foresee a very low punishment, and, you know, the victim is the one who has to provide the evidence. These are, for example, insulting or light punching or slap or things like this. But then a hate crime or discriminatory crime has to be judged by a court with 3 judges. You have to you have to request several evidences like pluralization elements, and you have to interview the victims and the witnesses to clarify their perception of the facts, and to also show and demonstrate this discriminatory component. So when a court receives these 2 reports, you know, and you see that the victim says that they have been called a pussy or whatever, then they start a procedure for less severe crimes. They summon the victim to go to the court with their evidence, and sometimes it's the victim who's calling me and it tells me, I've been summoned to the court. Well, if they're summoning you after filing a report, well, this is not being investigated as a hate crime. And now the first thing that we have to do is to make sure that the court is investigating appropriately.
Porque
And this happens as well because the prosecutor's office does not intervene, because they are not notified about it. So the prosecutor's office, the prosecutors that are specialized in this kind of violence, do not bring the resources, do not talk with the judge. So it all starts a chain of the lack of following the right proceedings. And the second issue, which is also very serious, is the practice regarding trans people not to respect their identity. They're marginalized, they are addressed by their legal identity, even though they explain why they cannot register their new identity. For example, in the case of migrants or non-binary person, they don't have their identity recognized, or people under the age of 12 who are not recognized in their identity. So I always say, even if you may register the data with the legal name, please address the person with their identity. And I have even started a case in order to cancel, to invalidate a case about a victim who was not treated properly in a court. And also during the investigations, very often victims have to deal with very inappropriate questions that are posed. And when this inappropriate question arises by the judge, well, I interrupt the judge and I say that this is inappropriate. But then the victim may be questioned on their sexual behavior, on their sexual practices. They may be asked as well on publications and posting and sexualizing their life or not, or the way they behaved when things happened. So very often victims are subject to lots of interrogations and declarations at the police office, at the court. And for example, now we have recognized that the declaration of the victim has to be done with certain guarantees and in a determined manner. And if this is done in this way, well, there is just one single declaration and not another one then in the court. And also victims of discriminatory violence, they are asked, well, they told you pussy, and why didn't you report at that moment? And also, well, we have lost certain cases because the victim at the very beginning didn't want to report, and the victim didn't want to tell the police officers that he or she had been called pussy. But then the court said, because you didn't verbalize this at the moment of the aggression, you may have invited the aggressor to continue with the aggression, because you didn't act against you being told pussy. But also, the victim didn't want to say that it was the very police officers that told him pussy. And these led to a vision of the case which was totally contrary to that of the rights of the victim. And then I have to say that in many places there's no hate prosecutors, and whenever the crime is not investigated as the crime 510, then there's no hate prosecutors either. You know, I have been working on this for 7 years, and I have only found 2 hate prosecutors. And so the prosecutor's office does not appear during the case, but they don't request any kind of evidence. They don't ask for measures of protection. They don't qualify hate crimes properly. I always tell them that there can be a hate crime without incitation to hate. And many prosecutors still want to provide evidence on the public part, on the incitation part. And then special procedures, they're even worse, procedures against minors. These are never investigated. For minors procedures, it is the minors prosecutor's office, which is in charge to say whether to investigate or not. And there is no way to appeal on that. And this is also an issue that we want to change. We want to have a ruling by the Constitutional Court on the case of two 16-year-olds who went to an LGBTI club at the center of Madrid in order to threaten a group of lesbian women. And the prosecutor's office understood that this was a light threat. There was no incitation to hate or no hate crime. It was just an argument between minors. And then no investigation was opened whatsoever. And the prosecutor's office understood, and I have had to deal with 3 of these cases with minors, where the prosecutor's office say that if there is no serious violent harm, there is no need to open an investigation. However, I think that there could be some kind of educational task to be done, because there's no way to educate minors. I mean, they should be told that in no way you can go to a club to threaten lesbian women. And I have 2 more slides on the obligations imposed by the European Court of Human Rights when it comes to investigating on discriminatory violence and hate crimes by the authorities. And to me, what's interesting, and it is related to the beginning of my talk, there's a lack of pedagogy, there's a lack of work in relationship with the reporting from the victim to the institutions and the request for investigation. All these obligations have not yet been recognized by the Constitutional Court, and this of course has consequences, and that's why we want to raise that to the European Court. This doctrine says that in front of facts that have characteristics of discrimination, the police and court authorities are obliged to collect evidence on that discriminatory violence. And they have to collect evidence by witnesses, and they have to collect, for example, statistics by NGOs and all this kind of data. And once you have all this evidence, all this discriminatory evidence that has to be collected in an impartial manner and in a fast manner, well, then the people in charge of the investigation have to request forensic complete reports and identify all the authors and review the place where the facts have happened. And if there's, as a result, if the case is filed, it has to be properly explained why all the evidence has not been taken into account as discriminatory evidence. So this is what the European Court of Justice is saying. But unfortunately today, because of a lack of training, because of a lack of solidarity towards the trans legislation, because of all that, prosecutors are not guaranteeing and they're not fulfilling their job. So I think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we need to know about all of this. And I have to say that at the School of Law, this is not taught either. I mean, I didn't know what anti-discriminatory law was. I have been trained by myself. I ended my studies in 2018 at the University of Madrid, not so long ago. But this was never taught to me. I mean, if there's no training for social justice, for the defense of human rights, and for the protection of rights for vulnerable communities at university, well then, what do you think may happen? Because, of course, this will not be known by institutions. So since I'm here surrounded by academia, I'm also making a call here to guarantee the proper training for the defense of human rights, and especially for the protection of rights of vulnerable groups such as LGBTI. I don't know if you have questions. If there aren't, well, thank you very much for having listened to me. We don't know if there are questions, but nobody's using a microphone, so we cannot hear anything in our booth.
Sí, disculpeu.
Yes, sorry. I don't know if you could hear. Shall I start again? Well, my brother wanted to be here, and he couldn't make it, and he told me to come here. My brother was a victim of a homophobic aggression here in Barcelona. There was a pioneering ruling because for the first time the right to dignity for the LGBTI group was recognized. It was so it had such a mediatic repercussion that people from the LGBTI community went to court to support. And what I wanted to say here is that there were 6 people who were charged, but none of them for hate crimes. It was for revelation of secrets, coercion, and then there were some aggravating factors of sexual abuse or superiority and blah, blah, blah. So I just wanted to say that you were totally right. This was such a clear case of hate crime suffered by my brother, but it was never recognized as such. And he suffered homophobia from this right-wing group, but he even suffered more homophobia by the administration. So it is such a shame that the representative of the Generalitat de Catalunya has left the room, because my brother presented a report last December, and it was just filed. Just one single sheet of paper and filed. And he wanted to go to the office for equal treatment and no discrimination. He explained the case, and even if that report has been signed by him, nobody knew that that report existed. So again, there is discrimination, even more by the administration than by the aggressors who hit him. So thank you. Thank you for sharing this. Yeah, I have the feeling here that, you know, institutions, they always tell you that Spain is at the 5th position on LGBTI rights, and we have a lot of protection and blah, blah, blah. But these generates a kind of false, or how to say, some kind of neglectance or ignoring the case because, well, we're doing okay, aren't we? We're in the 5th position, so we can forget about this. But yeah, there's some kind of accommodation of institutions when it comes to guaranteeing and really investigating on the right of people not to be discriminated. So we really have to struggle to change the paradigm. I don't know if anybody else wants to say something. I think that otherwise we're at 11:15, I believe. I think there's coffee. So then, since there are no further questions, we'll move to the coffee break until 11:45. Yeah, so we have 30 little minutes for the coffee break over there.
Sí, 2, 4, 6.
Start. Okay, welcome back everyone. Bona tarde a tothom. That's the extent of my Catalan. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the translators didn't even pick that up. Anyone confirm they did? No? Okay, I apologize for my terrible pronunciation. Just to reiterate then in English, hello and welcome everyone. First of all, I just want to thank the University of Girona and the steering committee of the ENACT program for inviting me to speak here today. It's my absolute pleasure to be able to present to you some of the research that I've been carrying out over the last 20 years on the impacts of hate crime, and in particular, of course, the impacts of anti-LGBTQ+ hate crime. For those of you who don't know me, and I'm assuming that would probably be the vast majority of you, my name is Mark Waters, and I'm a professor of criminal law and criminology, and my career has been at the University of Sussex mostly over the last 15 years, which is in England. And what I'm going to do today is outline a theoretical framework for understanding the impacts of anti-LGBTQI+ hate crime that I've established over the last few years, outlined in my book, Criminalizing Hate Law as Social Justice Liberalism. And it won't be overly theoretical, don't worry. It's going to be based mostly on my empirical research, which supports the foundations of this theoretical framework. And I'm going to, as we go through, articulate why I believe this framework will allow us to better address and respond to the harms of anti-LGBTQ+ hate crime. And a lot of that will echo what other speakers have said today from the ENACT program. And we'll see that as we go through. So, just a quick outline. I'm going to start again with what is anti-LGBTQ+ hate crime. We've already had a taste of that, but I think sometimes it helps just to reiterate so we're all on the same page. A really important question, especially for policymakers and lawmakers, is this type of hate crime on the rise at the moment? I think we all get a sense that it is, and I'll look at some of the data that supports that. How much is there then? How much has been measured? How do we measure how much hate crime there is in Europe or in any given jurisdiction? What are the impacts of hate crime? How do we understand how these incidents, these ongoing processes of violence, affect not only individual victims, but entire communities of people? And that will build towards the framework that I've developed called hate crime as group oppression. Okay, so Dr. Langarita set out our understanding, our definition of hate crime earlier on today. So just to reiterate, the way in which hate crime is currently defined in most jurisdictions and through international organizations such as the Council of Europe, the European Union, and the OSCE, very important international bodies that have internationalized this concept of hate crime, is that we need to start with criminal conduct. That's first and foremost. Is there a crime, such as an assault, or property damage? is there what we refer to in legal scholarship a hate element that is connected to that crime? And commonly in hate crime legislation, it says, was the crime motivated by some form of prejudice? Yep, so that might be termed in the law as bias, contempt, hostility, prejudice. Some jurisdictions use the word hate or hatred. Yep. And is that prejudice, is that bias targeted towards a protected characteristic? And of course, today we're talking about sexual orientation, gender identity, sex characteristics. So that's how hate crime has been defined, and therefore when we measure what hate crime is, this is the definition that we use internationally. So as Dr. Langarita showed earlier, we can get a sense of how much hate crime there is, of whether it's increasing or not, by looking at victimization surveys. Yep. These are surveys which sample part of a population and then estimate the number of crimes that are occurring amongst that population. Yep. And so we've seen 3 iterations of the European Union's Fundamental Rights Agency, 3 iterations of their survey on LGBTIQ+ discrimination and violence over the last 10 years or so. Yep. The first in 2012, then again in 2019, and the most recent one is 2023, which has been reported in 24 and 25. So what we see here on this graph on the screen are 2 forms of anti-LGBT hate crime that they have estimated the numbers for over those years. And we'll see that both of them, over recent years, are going up. Yeah? So harassment, yeah? Verbal abuse, abusing people because of their sexual orientation or their gender identity, has gone up exponentially since 2012. Yeah? 19% of LGBT people said in the survey in 2012 that in that previous year they'd experienced harassment because of their sexual identity or their gender identity. Yep. That then went up to 40%, so it doubled in 2019. And it went up again in 2023 to 54%. So over half of our community members are experiencing harassment because of their identity characteristics. We'll see with violence, interestingly, that violent crime went down, so assaults, sexual violence and physical violence went down from 2012 to 2019. So about 26% of LGBT people said they experienced violence in 2012. That went down to 11%, but recently it started to go up again. What's interesting about this statistic is that we see through most victimization surveys across Europe that physical violence has been going down, especially in Western Europe, over the last 20 years. Quite significantly. So this downward trend that we see from 2012 to 2019 is reflective of violent crime more generally. But guess what? That trend for non-hate crime continues to decrease. Since 2019, when we're looking at hate crime specifically, that trend has changed and it's on the way up again. So both harassment and violence in recent years is increasing. This data suggests. Okay, nothing is conclusive. This is what the data suggests. So why is that? Why is anti-LGBT hostilities, abuse, violence increasing? Now, I don't have a single answer because it's very complex as sociologists and criminologists amongst us will tell you. But I want to just highlight a couple of key factors that I believe have changed over the last 5 to 10 years, which is resulting in these increased levels of targeted violence. The first is what we refer to in criminology as trigger events. These are incidents, events, large-scale activities that result in a sudden spike in hostilities towards a certain identity group. Yep. So one of the more common ones that we talk about in hate studies is terrorist attacks, especially in Europe, which results in anti-Muslim, or sometimes anti-Jewish, depending on the context, hate crimes. Now, what we've seen in the context of anti-LGBT hostilities is that when the coronavirus pandemic hit in 2020, almost all types of hate crime went up, particularly anti-Asian, but also anti-LGBT hate crime. And there were two reasons that have been identified for that. The first is that lockdowns meant that we had to stay at home more often. Now, it affected particularly older and younger LGBT people. Why? Because if you're at home, you're more likely, as an LGBT person, to come into conflict and experience violence from people that you live with, your parents, your siblings, your family members. Yeah. So we see a spike in domestic violence across the board, but of course that affected particularly LGBT people. What we also see during this period of time is an increase in online rhetoric from both religious and political leaders around LGBT identities. LGBT people were positioned as being causal to the spread of the disease. Why? Because they're deviant, because they're promiscuous, because they're going to bathhouses when they shouldn't be, they should be locked down, yeah? Or they're going to cruising grounds. And they're spreading the disease, and that affects other people, yeah? So we see these old tropes, these stereotypes about gay people being deviant, being dirty, being promiscuous. And therefore, these are individuals who are harming us all through their insidious activities. So we've seen a rise, and that rise is carried on. And I would argue that it's carried on through the evolution of both disinformation and misinformation about LGBT identities online, which we've seen proliferate quite significantly over the last, say, 5 years. Now, who knows the difference between disinformation and misinformation, or who thinks they might know? Put your hand up. One is deliberate. Which one? Yes, you had a 50-50 chance there, but you got it. So disinformation, yeah? That's when someone purposefully puts out false information about a group identity, yeah? Knowing it's wrong, knowing it's false, but with the purpose of stigmatizing, of targeting, of alienating that particular group of people. Now, what often happens is people that are primed already to believe what they're going to say, they retweet that, they cut and paste it and put it on their Facebook or their X profile. And then it snowballs, yeah? In particular, it really snowballs when you have very powerful people in our global society. Politicians, global figures with a lot of power. We all know who the individual is in the top right-hand corner, if you don't know, is Elon Musk. Yeah. These individuals with millions of followers articulating, sometimes on a daily basis when they become a bit obsessed with it, stereotypes, negative views about LGBT people. And we've seen Elon Musk, of course, his own son who's transgender, his own daughter who's transgender, he still refers to him as my son, Xavier, is dead, killed by the woke virus. Yeah? So using wokeism, saying this left-wing ideology is harming our children who go on to mutilate their bodies. Yeah? And it whips up a sense of threat amongst the public who are misinformed about LGBT identities, yeah? They just think, oh, our children are under threat by these woke ideologues, yeah? And that's penetrated mainstream politics, I should say, yeah? This gentleman here, an ex-minister in Poland, I apologize if there are any Polish people here, his name is Jacek Zalek. I have no idea if I pronounced that correctly, I hope I did. Yeah, saying that LGBT are not people. It's an ideology, and we have seen this over the last 5 to 10 years. Our communities being positioned, not as human beings with an immutable characteristic that's a part of the human condition, but we are an ideology, apparently. We are a belief system. If you're a belief system, you can be changed, you can be challenged legitimately through freedom of expression. What this does is that it is a process of dehumanization. We are being dehumanized by these very powerful leaders and business figures. Now, if that dehumanization of us penetrates mainstream politics, if it penetrates societal's institutions, the education system, the health system, the government, we all know what that leads to, yeah? These individuals need to be vanquished. They need to be taken out of our society. We know what that leads to. We have a history of it in Europe, of course. And we see at the moment what's happening is that this process, through disinformation and misinformation and political rhetoric, is penetrating our mainstream institutions. It certainly is in the UK, where I'm from. So, those are some of the reasons I believe that anti-LGBT violence and harassment is increasing. So how much is there? Now, there are a couple of ways in which we can measure this. I've already referred to one way, which is victimization surveys. The other is through official data, so police-recorded crime. Now, we all know that that's very limited for the reasons that Sol has pointed out, the reasons that our other speakers earlier have pointed out from the ENACT program. A lack of reporting, a lack of training. Police practices mean that it might be misidentified, not recorded. The gentleman over here, whose brother reported incidents, it wasn't classified officially as a hate crime. But we still can get a sense from these numbers as to what the direction might be in terms of, is hate crime increasing? So I've included the 6 participants in the ENACT study there and compared 2022 to 2023. That's the date for which we've got all of the data. We don't have 2024 yet. That's coming later this month, actually. And I've compared that to the United Kingdom and the US as comparators. So we can see that all of those countries have seen significant increases in recorded incidents of anti-LGBT hate crime over the last, well, from 2022 to 2023, apart from Italy. Now, It's a bit of an outlier there. Perhaps Dr. Vigiani might be able to speak to that. Probably mispronounced your name as well because you've not looked up. Could speak to why that might be. The year before, there was a change of government in Italy to a more far-right leaning government and prime minister, which might mean there might have been a change in policy around recording and protecting LGBT identities. The United Kingdom, we've got almost 30,000 incidents. You can compare that to Lithuania or Greece, where there's 11 or 36. You might look at that and think, wow, there's a lot of anti-LGBT hate crime in the United Kingdom. Actually, what that shows is that there are different ways in which you define hate crime. There are different reforms that have gone through, different policies, different laws which affect how much hate crime is recorded. I would say that that figure actually is an acknowledgement of how far we've come in challenging and recording hate crime rather than how much of a problem it is. Nonetheless, it shows that it's still going up significantly. Yep. So while we record a lot of hate crime in England and Wales, which is a good thing, those figures still suggest it's probably going up as well. Yeah. Now, as I noted in my first slide, these victimization surveys across Europe are also showing a significant rise. Yeah. I think that the top line, and why that's gone up so much, relates to this disinformation, misinformation phenomenon, and that a lot of targeted violence is now online rather than offline. Now, of course, people experience violence at a disproportionately high rate if you are a member of the LGBT+ community. But what is clear is that as more and more of our lives are carried out online, there are many, many millions of more people who can target you and can identify you. Yeah, so the harassment is going up significantly more than the violence, but the violence is still going up. And the reason that they're both going up is that research shows that what happens online is directly linked to what happens offline. Yeah? The more hostility that we observe on online platforms, the more offline incidents of violence occur. Yep, so when a politician says in public, LGBT people are an ideology that we need to eradicate, guess what happens over the next weeks and months? Real-world violence goes up in response to that. So we know that anti-LGBT hate crime is prevalent and that it's probably on the rise. My own research at the University of Sussex, as part of the Sussex Hate Crime Project, showed that 85% of trans people had experienced direct verbal abuse over the previous 3-year period that we surveyed them on. LGBT people who didn't identify as trans, 62%. And you can see from those numbers, they're quite high. In fact, direct assaults, 1/3 of all trans people that we surveyed had experienced a direct physical attack because of their gender identity, 12% for LGBT people. But it's not just that hate crime is common, that we are disproportionately more likely to experience targeted violence. But it's also an ongoing experience. Yeah? It's not just an isolated incident that was horrible, it was a one-off, and we need to tackle that as a horrible incident that occurred. But as this graph shows, the number of incidents that people experience is likely to be multiple. Yeah. Over 20% of trans people experienced more than 10 incidents in that period we surveyed. Yeah. So these crimes are highly common, they're prevalent, but they're experienced sometimes on a daily basis. And this is what we refer to as the continuum of hate-based victimization that Jose referenced earlier. Not only is it highly prevalent, an ongoing experience, but the severity of incidents is also more likely to be brutal, to involve serious forms of physical injury. Yeah, multiple studies in the UK and the US show that you're much more likely to be injured. You're much more likely to need hospital treatment as a result of targeted LGBT plus victimization. So this continuum is not just one of regularity, but of severity. And I've been looking, my most recent project is looking at anti-LGBT homicides and the nature and prevalence of these across the OSCE region and Europe. Over the last 10 years in Europe, there have been over 130 anti-LGBT homicides that have been recorded. So this is likely to be an underestimation, given the lack of recording in many countries. Yeah. I wouldn't recommend reading the facts of these cases. Yeah. They are quite horrifying, the level of abuse, torture, and violence that's inflicted on our communities compared to other types of homicide. Yeah. Horrifying. So we know that anti-LGBT hate crime is on the rise, it's prevalent, it's regular, it's more severe. What's really important for policymakers and practitioners to understand are the impacts that it has on us as LGBT people, both as individuals and as a community. And I'm going to give just a tiny little bit of theory as to how we can explain that. Group identity is very important in relation to the harms of hate crime. It's because your group identity has been targeted that you have been a victim, yeah? And so in social psychology, we refer to social identity theory, yeah? Tajfel was the author, the psychologist who first developed this theory. Yeah. We have a perception of ourselves and where we are in the world by looking at others around us who are similar to us, yeah? And we then develop an affinity with other people. If we share a characteristic, it might be your sexual orientation, it could be your gender identity, it could be your race, it could be your ethnicity, it could be your religious beliefs, and so on. And we form multiple in-groups, yeah? And that shapes who we are, our sense of self, our place in the world, yeah? Now, if you are attacked because of your identity, this can lead to quite a serious destabilization of your place in the world that doesn't necessarily occur for other types of crime. Yeah? We all want to have a sense of safety, of security, yeah? And we develop that as we grow up, with our family units, our communities, our societies, the institutions we join, and we like to think that we are centered and safe in the world, yeah? Coming here today, you felt safe, you felt like you were in an inclusive environment, I hope. Now, what happens is, when you're attacked because of who you are, that sense of safety is destroyed. If you are attacked because you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or you spilt someone's drink, or your house was burgled, those things can have a real profound effect on you, but it might not lead to long-term instability in your core sense of self, because it hasn't attacked who you are as an individual. You can't change who you are as an individual. You might be able to put extra locks on your house. You might want to, make sure you don't do X, Y, and Z in the future if you're a victim of some other type of crime. But when you are targeted, you can't change yourself. You might try, and I'll go on to that in just a moment in terms of looking at harms of hate crime. But we cannot change who we are, so we live with what's called hypervigilance. Yeah, some of us, a lot of us will always be slightly aware, either subconsciously or consciously, that we could be targeted at any moment. Yeah. If I act a little bit too gay, if I don't pass, I know that makes me visible. And my past experience and my knowledge of other people being targeted means that I know that I could be either discriminated against, abused, or even killed. So this increases our sense of vulnerability. Yeah, there's a higher risk of abuse, and that enhances the effects of that abuse. So we know from multiple studies, including my own, that hate crime victims are more likely to experience higher levels of anger, anxiety, depression that goes on for longer periods of time, suicidal ideation, thoughts of suicide, and shame. This is particularly unique to hate crime victimization in that when people are victimized, they might experience a sense of shame in themselves. Yeah? You feel bad about who you are through the eyes of other people. You're made to feel bad, because I was attacked because of my sexual orientation or my gender identity. And so that must be bad, right? I must be a bad person. And we internalize that. And it affects our emotional well-being, our stability as we grow up and get older. We live with that sense of, am I bad? Am I a bad person for having these feelings, for being on this pathway to transition? It's always there in the background, niggling. Some people internalize and then externalize their internalized homophobia and say, oh, why are you acting so gay? Why can't you act more straight? And then we can all fit in, yeah? I've caught myself doing it. I've gone into meetings with senior management, and normally I'm like, get to the door, I'm like, hello, nice to meet you. You know, changing who I am, changing how I portray myself to fit in, to avoid them looking at me with disdain or treating me differently. The Sussex Hate Crime Project showed that victims of hate crime experience these enhanced harms, but entire communities of people do as well. We did 21 quantitative and qualitative studies. They all found the same thing, that if you experience a hate crime indirectly, that means you know of someone who's been a victim of a hate crime, you read about it in the newspaper, you see it on the news, the effect it has on your emotional well-being is almost at the same level as if you'd been targeted yourself. And that again goes back to this shared identity. Yeah, it's called vicarious victimization. If you're targeted, I'm targeted, because we share the same identity. And we have increased empathy with one another because of that. Yeah, I can understand, I can put myself in your shoes. And so that affects communities on a more macro level, yeah, on a larger level. Now, we understand a lot of this already, and policymakers already know a lot of this. But what I establish in my book is that we need to go beyond understanding hate crime as incidents that hurt more, that ripple out and affect entire communities of people, that are more severe and more violent. to understand it as a form of social inequality that affects us as a people. Yeah? I think, what did you say earlier? That it is an attack on democracy itself? Something along those lines, yeah? I look at 4 faces of oppression that were first outlined by Iris Young in her well-known book, if you are a political scientist, Justice and the Politics of Difference. Yeah? I've already outlined in detail the first phase, violence. Yeah? Clear that LGBT people are experiencing high levels of violence. But what effect does that have on us as a group and our place in society? And I argue that it's not only just a form of violence, it results in marginalization of us as a people, as a group. It renders us almost, not totally, powerless. We've got activists in the room that challenge that notion of powerlessness. Saul's one of them. And that it goes on to pervade our cultures. And this is called cultural imperialism, or I refer to it more accessibly as cultural harm. Yeah? It affects our cultural norms as a society. So what do I mean by all these faces of oppression, and why is it important? I'll get to that bit eventually. Marginalization. Marginalization occurs when people, a group of people, lack the capacity, the resources, and the assets to live what philosophers refer to as a good life. Yeah? Your capacity to get a good job, to get promoted, to engage in your favorite pastimes without fear of violence. Yeah? To be what Gen Zers might more likely say now as living your best life. Yeah? So what we can see, and this was mentioned earlier in the other presentation, is that if a hate crime occurs, this is a diagram, by the way, from this project based on all of those studies we carried out. If a hate crime occurs, either directly or indirectly, it results in certain thoughts and perceptions directly. Yeah? You feel that I'm under attack. My identity is under attack. I feel threatened. But also my physical safety is under attack. I don't feel safe. This results in 3 main groups of emotions: anger, anxiety, and shame. And those emotions are directly correlated and sometimes causal, we found, to certain behavioral reactions. Now, anger, you might think anger might result in a violent reaction, yeah? If you feel angry, you might want to violently retaliate. Actually, what we found with anger is that it can be very mobilizing. The more anger you feel, the more you're like, I'm going to assert my rights. I'm going to that demonstration. I'm joining that group. I'm going to defend us online, yeah? Less positive are the feelings of anxiety and shame, which often result in people hiding who they are, changing your physical appearance, changing your behaviors, trying to act more masculine perhaps, or more feminine. Avoiding certain locations, not displaying affection to your partner in public. All of these things prevent us as a group from self-actualizing, from fully and equally participating in society. If you feel you cannot fully be yourself, you cannot fully participate and feel that you are equal with everyone else, you're marginalized. Yeah? Doesn't mean it's determinative. You could still perhaps go on to become a prime minister in a country, perhaps if you do some code switching, which is changing how you appear. But you're less likely to succeed if you're marginalized, yeah? It's not saying that you won't succeed. It's saying that the odds are against you. And we see from this empirical data that the odds are against you because of hate crime. This then directly relates to the third face of oppression, which is powerlessness. Yeah? The ability to change things. If you lack the resources and the capacities to fully participate, you become more and more powerless to change your social position. That then becomes internalized and can shape entire groups of people's thinking about their place in the world. We're not going to make it. Yeah? We don't have the capacities and the resources, yeah, to change our position. It becomes a part of how you think about where you are in the world. That's not for me, because I'm transgender. I'm never going to get there. The odds are against me. And it's compounded by the institutionalization of these stereotypes and these prejudices that perpetuate forms of discrimination and bias, which render you even more powerless. 5% of LGBTQ plus people in Hungary reported a physical or sexual attack to the police. Yeah? Because they know if they do so, they're probably going to be re-victimized or ignored, or worse, physically attacked or assaulted by the police. Police brutality. Yeah? And previous experiences with these institutions show us, oh, that didn't go well. I won't report again. Even in places like the UK and Spain, as we've seen today. So this compounds that sense of powerlessness. And if we're powerless to change, what happens is the fourth face of oppression comes into full force. And this links back to what I was saying earlier with disinformation and misinformation. This is where hostilities towards certain identity groups become a part of our cultural norms, our social milieus, our environments. We sometimes refer to these as hostile environments. Jose earlier referred to the normalization of hate, yeah? It's just expected as a part of my world because I'm told all the time by schools, by the health service, by the police force, by the government, that I'm not normal, I don't belong. Now these hostilities, if they become entrenched, they become universalized within our thinking, our ways of being, our social norms, our cultural practices, yeah? Politicians, again, saying, Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, saying, look, LGBT people and activists, they shouldn't be in our schools because they're not normal, they're dangerous, yeah? He's normalizing hostility towards LGBT people by making these proclamations. And what I say in my book is that this becomes mutually reinforcing and multiplying if we don't do something serious about it. Yeah. If we allow violence to proliferate unchallenged, it will affect entire communities of people. Those communities will become marginalized, they will lack the capacities and the resources to participate freely and equally in society. They will be rendered powerless, and our culture, our society, our social norms will just legitimize it. And it will grow and grow and grow. How am I doing for time? I'll speak for another 5 minutes then, yeah. So, why is all of this important, other than academically? Why should we have a firmer framework understanding hate crime as oppression? It speaks to what each of us have said today in our presentations, yeah? If we just define and operationalize the concept of hate crime as a criminal act that's made a bit worse by hate, yeah? We undermine, we fail to get to grips with what the actual harm of the hate is doing. It's always secondary, yeah? The definition that Jose gave earlier and the definition I gave, the definition that you'll see in international law is that hate crime is a criminal incident. That is your primary, your public wrong in law, an assault. That's what's going to be punished. And the law will say, this is the sentencing limits, yeah? You can be sentenced maybe up to 2 years in prison for an assault, yeah? Oh, by the way, if it was motivated by hate, we can add an extra month on. Yeah? It is the secondary wrong. What my framework is asserting is that we've got that round the wrong way. A hate crime is a hate-based offense. We need to flip it. Because if we don't flip it, as Saul was describing earlier in his presentation, the hate element gets lost. The gentleman who spoke about his brother, the hate element gets lost because it's not the primary wrong. You don't go to the authorities and say, I'm a victim of a hate offense. You go, I'm a victim of, I can't remember the different crimes, but those were the base crimes, and the hate bit might get added on if they can be bothered or if they've had the training. Yeah? We need to flip that. If we don't flip it, we're not going to get to grips with the harms of hate, which are disproportionate levels of violence, much more severe levels of harm that marginalize, that create powerlessness, that pervade our communities and our societies, perpetuating these very egregious, disintegrative effects. So the first thing in terms of law is that you need to have laws that say this is a hate crime, not some sentencing provision that says, oh, you can just add on £10 to the fine, 1 week to their prison sentence. And that policies need to be based on an understanding that these are a part of structural inequality. And if we're serious as democracies about equality, then we need to be serious about responding to hate crime in a way that challenges and addresses those structural forms of social injustice. And I'm happy to speak at much greater length about how you might do that in criminal justice, etc., in questions, but I will leave it there. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, and do we have the microphone? If we do, I need to put my headset on. You don't have to have a question. You can always just make a point or elaborate on your own experiences. That's also very much welcomed.
I'm looking for my notes, sorry. Hi, Mark. Thank you very much for this talk. It was very, very interesting, and particularly for me it was interesting the first part when we were talking about the connections between global narratives and hate crimes, and it makes me thinking in how global narratives affect directly to individual or personal context situations. And for me, when I'm thinking in some kind of solutions for this kind of problems, it's like, okay, we have a narratives, global narratives, where it's very difficult to intercept for a society or a small group. And I was thinking that maybe one option is to produce another counter-narratives, other narratives, but I don't know if you have some strategies for combating this kind of production of hate?
Yeah, I mean, it's so incredibly complex in our globalized world, where the internet crosses multiple jurisdictions, legal jurisdictions, yeah. I think you do need a joined-up approach between public policy, legal regulation, and then civil society initiatives, yeah. And what we've seen in Europe, for example, is the Digital Services Act, the Code of Practice, which are both hard and soft laws which require platforms to take down harmful content, especially illegal content, yeah. Now, some jurisdictions have created more robust laws in that regard. Others take a more liberal freedom of expression approach, yeah. I think Europe is on the right pathway with the different types of soft and hard law it has. The Code of Practice is voluntary, so if you don't agree to participate in that Code of Practice, then it's difficult to self-regulate, of course, or to ensure that they're self-regulating. So you do need a robust framework of legislation, yeah. But of course, you also need political will to make sure that that legislation is implemented. And that is really hard because different countries, Hungary is going to take a very different approach to this than the UK is at the moment, yeah. Which is going to take a very, very different approach to what the US is doing, yeah. So one way in which it has been challenged through CSO work, and I know that this conference is about CSO partnerships, yeah. CSO means civil society organizations for the translators, is through counter-messaging initiatives. Now, what the research shows on these initiatives is that it can be quite mixed. There are two things that have been identified, that I've observed through the research on this, to have a successful counter-messaging initiative. One is that the counter-messengers should optimally share an in-group status with the individuals who are disseminating misinformation. So often white men who are young, who go on and say trans people are all ill and nasty, or gay people are disgusting. Another white straight man saying, hang on a minute here, we need to rethink this. The other thing which has been identified for success is that you don't just shame that individual. Shame is such a disintegrative and horrible feeling. If you're shamed for something, you're not going to go, oh, okay, I won't do that anymore. I'm now gay-friendly. You double down. Yeah? You don't want to feel a sense of shame. That's horrible. It makes things worse. So actually, when we go, you're despicable, you homophobe, that's disgusting, you know, we might want to say that as gay people or as trans people, but actually that can further alienate those individuals who are disseminating hate. So the strategies are to show empathy. Not to say what you've said is okay, but say, look, I really get why you're angry and what's happened to make you feel angry, but you need to understand that when you do that, it affects these people in this way, and these are the outcomes. And when they've done that, they've showed that there's a much higher rate of people taking their messages down. A much higher rate. So yeah, it's a mix of political will, that's hard, robust regulation, law, and then public and CSO initiatives that try and put those levers into place that we know work. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or comments they want to make? So, you're going to speak in English as well, aren't you?
So, thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question, and it touches upon with what you have just spoke about regarding counter-narratives and how to shift the focus. And I don't know if I'll be able to formulate it because there are some ideas that have popped up in my mind, but I don't know how coherent they are. But like, I have the feeling that so when we are speaking about hate speech and hate discourses, the perpetrator is constructed like within the collective as some alien, some bad person, a homophobe, a person who's LGBT phobic. And I wonder if you know any research, or if you know, or if you have pondered this, how this construction of the perpetrator, of the other who is violent against us through hate crimes, affects the will to file complaints or to verbalize violence that it is perpetrated within the community by members of the community. So I get the feeling that when we speak in positive scenarios regarding queer families, we always speak that queer families are good families, etc., and we tend to erase violences that happen in queer families. Same with same-sex, with violence in same-sex partners. And I always get the feeling that by tending to focus on those who perpetrate hate crimes are inherently oppressors, cisgender, straight, etc., I don't know how we are helping or not helping to build an idea that within the community there's not crimes against members of the community, or hate crimes also. I don't know if it makes a lot of sense, but
it does, yeah.
But those ideas came to
It's funny
mind.
you should say it, because I have written a book on that. How dare you not have read it? I'm kidding. Yeah, I've written a book called Hate Crime and Restorative Justice, and that book looks at how we frame and conceptualize hate crime offenders and victims. And that actually, sometimes victims are offenders, and sometimes offenders are victims. And sometimes offenders are from outside our community, sometimes they're inside our community. And so what I advocate, both in my current book and in the 2014 book that I'm just referring to, is that instead of labeling these people as haters who deserve more punishment, we should be using more restorative, reparative approaches, which focus on dialogue and community and harm, understanding those multiple layers of harm, and then how we repair them. Not just the offender who's harmed that individual, but the structures around it. So what I've done in my research is I've observed what's called a multi-agency approach to restorative justice. Yeah? You have a conference of people. Someone who's been victimizing, say their neighbor who's gay, yeah? The housing officer, because they live in local authority housing, who made it worse. The police officer who failed to acknowledge the homophobia, yeah? The school, because it's a young person who's there to support them. Their family members. And what happens is that through a restorative dialogical process, you can hold different people to account. And you can, through dialogue, create empathy. Like, why did you do this? Can you understand the effect it's had on me? Why have you not enacted your housing policy properly? Yeah? And it's kind of like a learning process. Yeah? It builds empathic bridges between people and understanding. And my research suggests that it decreases recidivism rates at a much greater rate than if you just punish someone. Yeah? Because punishment is a form of shame. You're shaming them. You're a bad person for being a hater. And quite often, they'll go, I'm not, and I'm doubling down. Yeah? So restorative justice, I think, is something that we need to explore. And it is being explored, finally, through international organizations like the OSCE, who's just about to release their guide on restorative justice for hate crime. And I think that works for intra-community as well, yeah. Drop the labels. Any other questions or comments? What's the time? We've gone past it now, haven't we? Maybe one more and then finish for lunch? Yep. Oh, I need to put my headset on.
Sí, una pregunta de lo que...
Wait.
Sí, una...
Yeah, one question about what you just said, because this is something that I was surprised. I was surprised by the fact that the incidents against LGBTI in Italy have decreased. And then you said, and maybe the professor will give some more details on that, actually, why? Why do you think that there has been this decrease in Italy, this decrease in incidents, in LGBTI incidents?
First of all, I'll just say what I think, but we have an expert, an associate professor from Italy who can answer this more fully. First of all, I don't think that incidents have decreased in Italy. I think the recording of them has decreased, yeah? And it has coincided with a government that is, or has many people have asserted, is a far-right government who don't think that minority groups deserve specific protection under the law and through policing practices. Now, that is just my conjecture from overseas, but do you want to say something further? You don't have to, I want to put you on the spot, but you're the expert.
I can't say actually if hate crimes is decreasing in Italy, are decreasing in Italy or not, because there's a big problem affecting the hate crimes, which is underreporting. So it could be that the rate of hate crimes is the same, but because of the political climate, people do not report the hate crime. So maybe this can be the reason. I don't know. I mean,
So I think it's similar to what I've said, I think, yeah. I think it's probably a political climate thing where we see in certain jurisdictions a change in government. And we saw it in the UK as well. We've had a decrease in the number of hate crimes recorded in the UK after we've had more right-leaning governments trying to restrict the policy domain for hate crime. So telling police, stop recording hate crimes, use a more common sense approach to policing, deal with real crimes like burglary, stop worrying about this silly hate business. Yeah, and that feeds through then, of course, to the Ministry of Justice, the policing that happens on a day-to-day basis. And I think that's probably what's happened in Italy.
Yes, maybe one difference with the UK is that in Italy we don't have an hate crime law covering the LGBT plus grounds.
Right.
So this means also under recording of these crimes. So if you report the crime, it cannot be classified as anti-LGBT hate crime. So this is also a problem of under recording. So
So
these problems, this combined, can make
it's more of a grey area then,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. There's no way of enforcing it if there's no law. It's 1 o'clock lunch, isn't it? So we've got time for another final comment or question if anyone wants to. If you're hungry, we can go early. Okay, well, thank you so much, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure presenting here today, and I'm sure I'll get to speak to some of you over lunch, and thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for surviving to this conference to this time. And now I think we already discussed a lot about the definitions of hate crime, the issues of hate crime, the tendencies of hate crime, but now I think it is very important to get to the core of the matter, which is how to improve the support system of survivors of anti-LGBTIQ hate crime. And for that reason, we have our European panel here, consisting of Pier Giorgio Massi, Rete Lenford, Italia, Kata Agiet, representing Hatter Society, Hungary, Nuria Sadurini Balcelis from the University of Girona, and Maja Ladic, representing the Peace Institute in Slovenia. So shall we start with Per Giorgio's presentation on supporting victims, training professionals, and addressing anti-LGBTIQ hate crimes.
So thank you everybody for joining. And my name is Pier Giorgio Masi. I am the national coordinator for the ENACT Project for Italy, and I am a lawyer and member of Rete Lenford. It's an association of lawyers for LGBTI rights in Italy. We are, Rete Lenford is an association of approximately 120 lawyers in Italy, distributed all over the country from north to south, and it was created in 2007 in Florence, and we have been conducting a lot of legal battles for for increasing awareness on LGBTI rights, and for also through to change the culture and the society through the judicial system. For the ENACT project, we, as in Italy, in our country, we have been addressing the trainings to lawyers. So to the one of the key figures in the project for the supporting system of survivors of anti-LGBTIQ plus hate crimes. And I will shortly describe what we found during our trainings and what are also our expectations for these trainings. So we first focused on trying to understand and trying to train lawyers about what is a hate crime. So first, how to identify a hate crime, and then to give practical tools to lawyers to use when dealing with these kind of matters. So dealing with people who survived hate crimes. Tools can be of different kinds. We focused on both civil and criminal tools to lawyers, because in Italy we don't have a specific law that protects citizens from hate crimes, so a specific law which criminalizes actually hate crimes. But still, we have a system, and as lawyers we must be very aware of this, that even if there is something which is not specific, there are still ways to force a little bit the system in order to give effectiveness to people's rights. So we focused on which were and which are still the tools, both on the civil and on the criminal side, that can bring protection to survivors of hate crimes. And we also focused on how to reduce secondary victimization, which is one thing that especially was an outcome from the interviews that we conducted during the first phase of the project. People who survived hate crimes have, as also has been said this morning, have this issue of feeling re-victimized, and this happens regularly in every police station, in every court, and also when dealing with lawyers. So what we were focusing on during our 2 pilot training meetings was how to, let's say, make understand to lawyers what is re-victimization and how to prevent it. So generally, survivors ask to be accompanied during all the process of the trial. Not only the trial, also before, since the reporting of their case, of the facts, to the end of the trial. And this should be done with sensitivity, because generally we as lawyers in our daily practice, we lack of sensitivity towards what we are doing. I don't want to say this as a way of criticizing how we lawyers work, but generally we have also a way of detaching ourselves from the problems that we are approaching. So in this case, we especially tried to give this message to lawyers that were attending our trainings, that the survivor needs to be accompanied during all the period of his case. It means from the reporting to the police or to other institutions to the end of the trial. We focused on training lawyers because, of course, we are an association of lawyers, and so we have this, let's say, with special link with lawyers, and also we have this kind of same backgrounds. And training lawyers is very important when dealing with hate crimes, because generally lawyers are the first contact with many victims. I mean, generally victims don't go and report, at least I'm talking about Italy, don't go and report directly to the police, but they go either to associations that protect their rights or they go to lawyers. And training lawyers is very important because we are the first contact with the victims. And also training lawyers as the effectiveness of acting. Lawyers that have been trained, they act as multipliers in the legal community, because being a lawyer is also being doing a profession that brings us every day in contacts with other lawyers or with other people working in the judicial system. So being trained in this field is also having this multiplying factor in all the judicial system. The approach that we used in these 2 trainings was a very practical approach. So it was just a very small session dedicated to the theory, so what is a hate crime. Also, we dedicated a part to terminology, so which are the appropriate terms to be used when dealing with people who have survived hate crimes, anti-LGBTIQ+. And then we dedicated a very large part of the training session to practical interactivity. So it means to case studies, focusing especially on anti-re-victimization practices. This was very effective and was also considered as as something, I mean, we spoke with lawyers after the trainings, lawyers who had never been in contact with such kind of things, and these were considered very effective because, as I said before, nobody of us thinks about this factor of re-victimization. And we held 2 pilot trainings. One was done in Naples. It was an live training. It was for around 25 lawyers, mostly from Naples and the south of Italy, and it focused on digital hate speech and platform responsibility also. The same training was replicated in September in online, and it reached a wider number of lawyers. We were approximately 45, 50 lawyers attending the trainings from especially the north of Italy. What we consider as an outcome is that the people that attended the 2 trainings were very interested, gave us some feedbacks about the trainings, of course, and they were very interested about the possibility of having some kind of online victim support system, which actually is not developed in Italy, and which has been considered as an effective thing, because generally people who survived this kind of hate crimes might find the difficulties to meet lawyers or other legal experts in presence. And also what was considered to be effective, to have a kind of interdisciplinary work. It means being interconnected with other professional figures, such as psychologists or police officers. In these trainings, we also had a very good we were very well acknowledged by also police officers. We had requests from some police officers who also attended these trainings as spectators, to have them replicated also for their young officers, because they thought that since it's for them, they said, for us it's a very new matter, so they were also interested in this. And from this it came out that working in an interdisciplinary set was also acted as a multiplying factor of effectiveness for protecting survivors of this kind of hate crimes. The impact that was generated was, as I wrote in my presentation, an increased the lawyers' awareness, because many of us, as also somebody said this morning, when we come out from law school, we don't know anything about how to deal with this kind of crimes. And so also in our daily practice, it's not easy to deal with this kind of hate crimes. And the outcome of these 2 trainings was an increased awareness for lawyers that participated, and the strategies also, the concrete strategies applied in courtrooms, because we as lawyers, we work in a very practical way. We deal every day, in our everyday life, with public prosecutors, with judges, with police officers, or with government officials. And for each of them, we need to build a strategy to get the better outcome, the better result for our clients. Also, another thing that was considered to be effective was the possibility of building a network of trained professionals in order to exchange experiences and share also considerations about the different cases in order to increase the effective protection of survivors. What we found out after these two trainings to lawyers was the possibility of having of consolidating modules with feedback, the possibility of publishing materials for lawyers to distribute to every bar association in our country, so to have them available in open repositories. And this would be also a way to export this kind of special training also for other national contexts. So, just in conclusion of my very short lecture, I would like just to remind that training lawyers has been effective in our case because we might be the first contact person that survivors meet when they are reporting a case of hate crime. What is important is to combine our profession with sensitivity, so with human sensitivity, in order to understand the survivors' needs and in order to avoid the re-victimization. And this would also would commit to long-term work against the structural discrimination, because starting to work on changing our attitude as lawyers towards the approach to the survivor might also be an effective way to change the culture and the society. So, thank you, and see you.
Thank you so much, Pier Giorgio. Now all eyes are on Hungary, not for the best reasons actually, because Hungary happens to be a poster child of, how democracies can swiftly erode. So, Kata, the floor is yours.
Okay, 1 second, please. Yes. Perfect. I hope everyone can see me or hear me well. Yes, thank you. So thank you so much for hosting us here today. So far the presentations have been very insightful for us, and we are glad to cooperate with all these professionals from different parts of Europe. First of all, I would like to speak more about the organization where I come from. This is one of the two organizations that are an official part of the project consortium, who are a specific LGBTIQ organization. And this one is based in Budapest, offering help for the LGBTIQ community and different services. And our goal is that whatever problems they face in their life, they can turn to a safe place to seek help. So Hatter Society, for example, offers an information and a counseling hotline, which now operates with phone calls, but also chat, because the younger generations prefer sometimes to use more chat rather than speaking on the phone. And there's also an opportunity for people to seek in-person sessions up to 12 times in the way of a free session to improve their mental health. There's also legal aid offered by the organization, legal representation in some cases, or legal counseling, or even engaging in strategic litigation in order to advance LGBTIQ rights on a more national level. There is also HIV and STI prevention. Now the organization is an accredited organization to organize screenings, but also prevention programs, training, a dedicated website, and a dedicated hotline separately. YBIL also hosts probably the biggest LGBTIQ archive and library of Central Europe, because there is an impressive collection of my colleagues on not only books, but academic and artistic and different kind of materials. While we also engage in research and training, as we have done in the ENACT project, and advocacy and community events. So one of the goals that we have actually is that in an ideal world, public services would be able to provide all this. So you would go to your local school counselor who would be prepared to attend people who are LGBTIQ+, and that they might face problem because of that, or you could go to a local mental health provider. So sometimes we say that we work for a society where our work is no longer needed, basically. So to move on to our topic, some of you have already mentioned here today that there is some sort of a backlash coming from different parts of society that advocate not for the advancement of the rights of gender minorities or sexual minorities, but more of the contrary. So we could also phrase this as a counter movement, because oftentimes it replicates the strategies that were originally used by many feminists or LGBTIQ activists as well, or human rights work. For example, if you think of creative public campaigns, or trying to influence legislation, creating more visibility for the cause, naming and shaming. It has been a very common tactic of human rights defenders to name and shame those who harm human rights, and now it's happening on the contrary, and so on. And it's also a very wide tool of actors, so there have been religious movements, and even the Pope have used anti-gender or gender ideology as a word, but it's not. It's shifting away from that, and it's very common that we hear secular terms. For example, homosexuality is no longer considered as a sin or heresy, but more an ideology or a threat. So the language is more to appeal to the wider public, and they also use rights-based language. And not for the rights of minorities and the expansion, but for example, to say that children have the right to grow up in a family where they are learning traditional values, for example. And all this kind of stigmatizes gender roles that are not static and gender is perceived as something that doesn't change over time or place. So just to discuss why we think that can expand very creatively. One of the reasons is that, as Sonia Correa, a young researcher, have said, gender ideology is more of an empty term that can be easily adapted to different contexts and filled with a meaning, while it can adapt it to different thematic contexts, but also across space and in different countries. And there have been, for example, protests in France that were very similarly replicated in Croatia or Germany, or there was an NGO in Spain that then started to work in all across Europe and even Latin America to counter progressive movements. So that are just a few examples of international anti-gender advocacy, and there are books that are being translated to many languages and so on. And so we have already seen in Europe also, across Europe in different countries, legal and political impact, more recent ones, or already some since around 5 or even more years ago. And it's interesting to see that sometimes they are directly copied from one context to another, or inspired by one another, or motivated by the same actors or same ideas. For example, in Latvia, there have been a recent vote on withdrawing from the Istanbul Convention, which is a convention from the Council of Europe to protect women from violence, and particularly domestic violence. and there was a vote in Latvia that then it was not approved, but they voted in favor of the withdrawal. And Hungary already 5 years ago did not ratify the convention for similar reasons, because now in Latvia the case was that some groups started to say that the convention has a definition of gender that defines gender as a social construct or as a social convention. And the same happened in Hungary, actually. The decision makers said that it can be a Trojan horse of gender ideology. And there are constitutional amendments, such as Slovakia recently has accepted a constitution which only states that the state only recognizes biologically determined sex of male or female. And it's the same in Hungary. There is in the constitution now a word saying a human is a man or a woman. And they also write very similar things about parenthood, that a mother is a woman, a father is a man. And then the third example is those laws that ban the promotion, so-called promotion of LGBTIQ content to minors, as these similar things have been involved in the Bulgarian educational law, where it's not allowed to promote or propagate ideas that involve homosexuality or sex that is different from the sex assigned at birth. And the same applies in Hungary, not only on the educational scope, but that applies to different commercial activities as well, that if, for example, some book displays or promotes homosexuality, it could be sanctioned. And some of you have already mentioned today that I think Dr. Langarita in the beginning mentioned that in the ENACT research, many countries have listed threats, and most of them have listed this regression of rights as a threat. And while regression of rights has not happened in every country yet, there is a regression sometimes on a societal level, as we have seen, for example, that in Greece, there were demonstrations against the marriage equality law, and then hostile statements from religious or political leaders, which some of the researchers said that could have contributed to violent attacks. And this was also mentioned in the report in Italy, that there is an exacerbated and more hostile public discourse in some spheres, while in Slovenia some attacks might have a connection to these kind of movements. And what we would like to speak about today particularly is how all this relates to hate crimes. Well, we have seen that while institutions still exist, institutions to protect minorities from hate crimes, including gender or sexual minorities, in Hungary, for example, there is a quite progressive legislation. There is also a protocol for the duties of police officers in case of hate crimes, a very detailed protocol there is a network that was created for its enforcement. But then we see that victims hear more from all kinds of spaces that they are scapegoated as a minority, that they are something as a threat, and constructed as something undesired in the society, so then they don't even believe that there are institutions where they can turn to, and they lose this kind of trust. So that's why many of the victim teams that we interviewed said that they would not like to report some of the cases. So there is some kind of a double reality of existing protections, but of conflicting messages, which in the end up in a distrust. While some groups have been extremely vulnerable, because, for example, those who work with minors could be directly accused of causing harm to minors, for example. So there have been cases where a far-right extremist group started to distribute leaflets against a person that was working in an educational institution. And then the institution, instead of stepping up against the far-right group, was scared that they would be the next ones who would be blamed for not doing anything. So they ended up doing actions that in the end resulted in even more stigmatization of this person, who ended up resigning from their job, which began with an incident that might have been a hate crime, but then also resulted in discrimination. And then we also saw that transgender individuals can be more at risk because legal gender recognition is not possible now since 2020 in Hungary, and also there is more and more transphobic discourse. They are one of the most targeted groups by hateful discourses. And so most of the professionals that participated, for example, in the focus groups have said that they think transgender individuals are one of the most at risk. And well, it's difficult to measure why a perpetrator has biased motives. So, for example, someone might have had that form long time ago because it's not that homophobia or transphobia has not existed before, but then we think that this system contributes to exacerbating or legitimizing the perpetrator's views in some cases. It has been, for example, reported in the media 2 years ago that in one case a person was threatening a lesbian couple in public transportation with a knife, and then there was a legal procedure that was successfully recognized as a hate crime, but this person said that, I don't think that same-sex couples and their public appearance belongs here, and I think that the political leaders would think the same. So at some points, perpetrators openly acknowledge that they have been feeling empowered by political leaders, for example. And then some organizations or public institutions might fear participating in projects that are against hate crime because they can think that being associated with these risky or politicized topics could be a threat to them as well. So there is also a future risk of losing networks or support. And the last point I would like to make is, what are the ways to counter this? What are the ways to still effectively protect victims from hate crimes? Well, we think that collecting testimonies and sharing evidence, such as the participants of the ENACT project have done, is a very useful way, because this way we can learn from each other and prepare for the future. While this can be also the case of analyzing global and local trends as well, or European trends, so that we don't just try to follow up and catch up with the realities, but try to shape the discourse as an active agent of shaping our societies and our future. And there is also different strategies to adapt communication strategies. First, we need to know what these hostile discourses are about, and then we have, for example, developed a toolkit on how to react to that in different topics. While building bridges across movements can also be important, because there are some people who claim themselves as a feminist, but they do not support trans women, for example, because of various reasons that I think you might have heard of. And there are initiatives to create discussion between feminists and LGBTIQ activists and to reinforce the collaboration, because these kind of attacks on restrictions on abortion or not accepting a treaty that would protect women, these things come from the same spaces from where we also received the ban on legal gender recognition, for example. So we need to acknowledge that there is no need for fighting against each other. There is other things that we can do to improve support, and the experiences of everyone can be very valuable in this work, and moving towards the same goals. And it's also something that I think the ENACT project has done successfully, was to work with some public institutions that are willing to host events, willing to facilitate training, willing to participate in events. So some professionals that work in the public field that might think that this might not be sure to join these kind of initiatives, they can feel more at ease by seeing that, no, it's still in our mandate to step up against hate crimes. It's still more important than some discourse that is out there, but we have the duty to protect people. And if they see that some institutions host such events or collaborate, they can feel more encouraged to do so as well. So the ENACT project in that sense has been also important to build collaboration and partnership between civil society and the public sphere, even in this difficult context. So thank you so much. And to next
Thank you, Kata, for the excellent presentation. Indeed, it is very important to build intersectional bridges, as it often is that the root of anti-gender movements remains the same in all countries, even manifestations may be a little bit different. Now, Nuria will present the survivor's perspective, because it was already established that even with very advanced legislation, it does not often translate into lived reality of survivors of LGBTIQ hate crimes. So, Nuria, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I will be speaking in English because this way we are going to maintain the language unity of the table. But of course, if you have any questions later on, we can address them in Catalan or Spanish. I was given the task to discuss on the experiences of victims of anti-LGBTIQ violence. However, I did not want to repeat stuff that Jose and Langarita already commented on this morning that had to do more with this comparative analysis in the project. So what I am bringing today is an analysis that goes a little bit forward, that is grounded on the experiences of the victims, on the analysis of the experiences of the victims, but that speaks directly to the framework of the hate crimes itself. Well, very quickly, as you know, these are the countries that participated in the project: Italy, Hungary, Spain, Lithuania, Greece, and Slovenia. We had a lot of participants. We're going to go through that very fast. We had 184 participants from all countries. We wanted to identify needs, barriers, and opportunities for support, and we wanted to do so in an intersectional stance. But how to do so in an intersectional stance? What about intersectionality, right? So one of the things that we realized in this research is that experiences of violence are never homogeneous. We always find experiences to be very diverse, which is a mark that anti-LGBTIQ violence is present, is a structural issue because it's present all across the lives of LGBTIQ people, right? And also, we also saw, as Jose and Langarita mentioned in the morning, that barriers for support of victims are directly linked to subject positions in relation to gender, class, racialization, age, migration status, right? So if we do an intersectional analysis here, what is exposed is that there's an unequal access to justice and safety, right? But what do I mean with intersectionality here? And intersectionality has often been misexplained or misunderstood as a notion of adding up axes of oppression, or rather a tension between privileges and oppressions that intersect in a person. But intersectionality does not have to do with identity, or rather it has everything and nothing to do with identity, because what it points to is to the structures of domination, right? And how they materialize in people's lives, no? So intersectionality is a way of analyzing how the intertwining of structures of domination, for instance, heteropatriarchy, coloniality and racism, or capitalism, how these produce specific forms of exclusion. And it is very useful to see how and why LGBTIQ people who suffer episodes of violence get differential or different access to justice and safety. So this perspective helps us to see how this access to justice and safety does not depend on who a person is, but rather on how institutions respond to their social positioning. So, for example, a person may fear accessing police resources, not because this person is a migrant person, but because of the immigration regime, because there is a law on ley de extranjería, no? A law on foreign people, no? policing practices and because of racialized discourses which create risk and distrust. No? So intersectionality as an analysis helps us identify what is falling in the system and not what is falling in the person. So it exposes inequalities that remain invisible if we analyze only this as a matter of identity. So when we talk about reporting violence, we are not talking about a purely individual decision. We are talking about social conditions that either enable or restrict the decision of being able to report, for instance. No? We've seen, as Langarita said at the morning, that reporting options increase with strong social networks, higher education, economic resources, and these have to do also directly with the structures of domination and how people are located within these structures of domination, right? And it also decreases in relation to isolation, precarity, for instance, things such substance use, migration status, etc. So people with strong social networks, with higher education or more resources, social resources, economic resources, for instance, they have more support, more information, and less fear of potential consequences, as we have seen in research analysis. This is why an intersectional approach is essential, because institutions often respond to people in fragmented ways, but people's lives are not fragmented. Violence is not fragmented either, right? But services are fragmented. So, for instance, one person might tend to a service because they have an issue on housing, because they are undocumented and they want to get documented to regularize their situation. They might be living a situation of domestic violence from a same-sex partner. And maybe they turn to a housing service or an immigration service with no expertise on LGBTIQ perspectives, and even fail to point, and these services might fail to point to the service or person who can actually help them with the issues related to the violence they're suffering from their partner, right? So people live their lives as a whole, but the institutional response asks them to address their lives in a fragmented way. And this is a problem when we look at the results of this research and the results of how people that have suffered episodes of violence have been accompanied and tended to, right? We have also seen that what anti-LGBTIQ violence does is sanctioning bodies and identities that destabilize the patriarchal norm. This has been also been addressed by Dr. Walters in the morning. Because this kind of violence, what it does, it disciplines bodies, identities and desires. And it does so also through this matrix of domination. The norm is also embedded in the matrix of domination. And violence emerges when subjects drift away from these established norms. And as well, it becomes a punishment for dissidents to discipline these behaviors and desires that I was mentioning. So what we have realized when analyzing these results through an intersectional lens is that there are several issues with the paradigm of hate crimes. So the first issue that we found is a poor functionality, because very commonly this paradigm does not restore the victim, but it prioritizes punishment as a way of resolving a conflict, but the victim might not get their needs met, right? And it's also very difficult to measure the deterrent effects of a hate crime regulation because we do not have realistic information on the state of violence motivated by prejudice. Also, we have seen through research that the hate crimes paradigm has not been able to reduce discrimination and violence. And also, there is a risk, and it's a risk that's being we've actually seen a lot, of perversion of its founding spirit when we see the logics of hate crimes applied to people that maybe commit violence against police forces or against right-wing political parties. Okay, so another of the risks is the abandonment of the structural perspective that also was mentioned by Langarit in the morning. So if we only look at the issue as an issue of between victims and aggressors, as if it's an isolated situation in society, we are saying that the society is not LGBTIQ phobic, but there's a person who has an issue with LGBTI phobia. So we no longer have LGBTIQ phobic societies, we only have violent subjects, it's rotten apples, right? But anti-LGBTIQ violence is part of the socialization process of all the participating countries, and I dare say many countries in the world. So we need to address the issues structurally, and not only in relation to patriarchy, but in relation to the whole matrix of domination, coloniality, class, capitalism, patriarchy, right? It also, the hate crimes paradigm also turns to a depoliticization of citizen responses to social problems, because it gives the responsibility of transforming this matter of violence to institutions, to the state, right? The state takes here then a protective role, while the victim might renounce to its agency, creating an imaginary also of the ideal victim, the one that goes to every meeting, the one that explains their story the right way, the one who remembers everything right. We also saw that this morning with Saul Castro, who was mentioning how a victim forgot to mention that they were called faggot and that they were actually a gay person. So that was read as problematic by the court, right? So if there is no ideal victim, then the process becomes also difficult for the victim, no? And so this explains us as well that the experiences of LGBTIQ people are often unintelligible to the judiciary, to the justice system, because lives are not so easily fragmented, not so easily explained, and because there is a whole structure of domination, there is a continuous violence that many LGBTIQ people feel and experience. So, and this cannot be only limited to one situation of violence. There are also other critiques that we have seen in literature, like the critique of the penal system as an instrument of social protection, because it has to do with an intensification of the penal system instead of a transformation of society, right? For instance, stimulating social policies and redistribution. And it also might create the false idea that LGBTIQ people are in danger all of the time and everywhere, which is not always the case. There are some LGBTIQ people who suffer lots of violence, but there's also a possibility of good lives if you are an LGBTIQ people. And this needs to be put in discussion as well, right? So for some final remarks in relation to sexuality and criminal politics, right? So we've come from history and present as well, where sexual dissidence has been punished a lot. In the case of Spain, it was punished particularly during Franco's dictatorship. And then we got a period where which is still the present, which has to do with recognition of rights, with recognition of identities, recognition of love partners, etc. We are still in at this moment, but we have started to shift to a moment where what's being punished now is not being an LGBTIQ person, but being a person who attacks LGBTIQ people. So we changed the subject of punishment, but we are still in the punishment paradigm, which means that we have not moved very far, right? So we are using the same tools that were being used to attack, no? To attack us, to attack other people, no? To try to protect ourselves, which is might not be very useful, taking into account the structurality of the situation. So we are working now, so currently there's the transformation is towards the creation of a new criminal subject around sexual dissidence, but there is still a criminal subject around sexual dissidence, right? This has some effects, for instance, things like the crystallization of identity in terms of when you use reporting systems, when you go to court and you have to adhere to very specific identity-based logics of reporting. And also this idea that has been critiqued by several authors like Sarah Lamble about the queer investment in punitive structures of the state. There's a lot of literature on how the state and punitive structures of the state always take a toll on the most vulnerable. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's social transformation. So if now queer people, we are investing in punishment, then we are reinforcing the structural problem that we are also being punished for, right? And this leads us to the concept of queer necropolitics that has to do with how there are some incorporations now in normality and disciplinarity of queer people, LGBTIQ people, that leads to worsened conditions of life for other people who might or might not be queer. And also production and reproduction of the state as the guardian of sexual citizenship. So also shift from the subjects, from the agents of social movements towards the state. Well, I know there might be like a lot of maybe theoretical analysis. It was just a summary of some of the links that we've been thinking in relation to the research we carried out. And well, I hope to discuss anything you'd like to in the comment section. Okay.
Thank you.
For a tangible change, it is very important to hear all sides and therefore also hear the professionals that are engaged in LGBTIQ hate crimes in one way or another. So Maya, the floor is yours.
This one? No, but this one is mine already. Okay. Where's the... This one? Okay. Thank you. A lot has already been said today, so I will try to skip maybe some parts of my presentation, not to repeat the same things. I wanted to say at the beginning that actually this aspect that is usually the less often in the spotlight is maybe today quite a lot in the spotlight, right? The experiences of those who stand behind the survivors, like the professionals, the counselors, the legal advocates, the community builders. Because often when we speak about hate crime or hate crime victims, our attention goes to victim support, to perpetrators, even offending state institutions, or how to raise public awareness on the topic. Less often the focus is on the professionals. But professionals working with survivors are actually the bridge, right? They are the ones who provide psychosocial support or care. They guide legal procedures or processes, advocate for reform, and they also are often the ones who build trust. So their experience is, of course, instrumental. So if they are under-resourced, overburdened, if the professionals are lacking the institutional backing, then of course also the support system around survivors is precarious. So professionals that were interviewed within the ENACT project reported wearing multiple hats, especially those working in civil society organizations, because often they support the survivors in crisis. They provide the emotional support, legal counseling, they guide people through the reporting procedures. They are also the ones documenting incidents for broader advocacy work. They're often helping people navigating the system or navigating the systemic barriers. They're often also the ones bringing cases to the courts. Some are engaging in strategic litigation. Some are organizing safe spaces or support networks. Some are, I don't know, compiling data, because this is one of the issues, as we've heard today, the lack of data. Then there's also the advocacy work that I mentioned, striving to influence the legislation, and so on. And all of these tasks are not easy to balance. And professionals also very often describe working on shoestring resources, relying on their own personal networks, and they feel like they are often stepping in to fill gaps that where the state system or state institutions fail. Yeah. So we've already heard several times today that one of the big problems, or one of the main problems when talking about anti-LGBTIQ plus hate crime, is underreporting. We've also heard about the reasons for that, so I will not repeat it, but I did want to emphasize that professionals that were interviewed did also point out that institutional actors, for example, the police, frequently do not recognize or treat incidents as hate crimes, and that this is also one of the important problems. And the lack of trust from survivors towards the public institutions that was also mentioned several times today. The professionals also pointed this out as a big issue. Also when it comes to follow-up, so not just the procedures as such, but also the follow-up or the feedback from the institutions that survivors do, or in many cases do not get. Another aspect to be emphasized is the institutional resistance or the lack of coordination and cooperation, and the referral systems that are lacking or weak or inconsistent, and the capacity, sustainability, because especially those professionals that work in civil society organizations reported that very often they work on short-term projects, so the funding is not sustainable. Staffing, the turnover of the staff in civil society organizations is quite frequent or high, which also influences, of course, the professionalization of the civil society organizations as such, and the support services that they can provide. Quite often the professionals working with hate crime victims or survivors, or professionals working in the fields where they could potentially come across survivors, they express the need for supervision, or at least some peer support, or some safe spaces of their own to process also their own emotional burden. Because they said that working in this field, or working and listening to the stories for longer periods of time, of course also cause themselves emotional burden. And very often it was emphasized that cross-disciplinary training is almost non-existent. At least I can say that confidently for Slovenia. The professionals did very often point this out, that the trainings that they are offered, or during their studies, or also later on during their work, the trainings that are offered are rarely cross-disciplinary. And also there are rarely trainings that would bring together professionals from different fields. So if there are trainings for lawyers, there are trainings just for lawyers. If there are trainings for the police, it's just for the police. There are almost no trainings that would bring together professionals from different fields working on the same topic, right? Or training them on the same topic. And this could probably improve the implementation significantly, sharing the experience. Another thing that was also pointed out by professionals was that sometimes they felt they were marginalized, that they are seen as subordinate rather than the essential part, right, in the story. So they hope for greater institutional legitimacy, so that their role is not only, I don't know, contingent on goodwill, but that it's entrenched in the system. The positive thing that I could point out from findings from the interviews with professionals that we did, for example, is that more and more professionals seem to be aware of the fact that hate crime victims or survivors are very often facing multiple vulnerabilities, or that they have several personal characteristics for which they can be victims of bias, discrimination, or even hate crime, for example. So the awareness about this is higher. But they are also aware that the complexity of these cases then put higher demands on themselves, on the professionals. So some of them reported that they don't really feel confident enough, because again, they lack training, because some of the cases are maybe too complex for themselves, especially if a hate crime victim is an LGBTIQ plus person, asylum seeker, also coming from the lower economic status. In these cases, I mean, at least for Slovenia, because it's a small country, civil society organizations do have a really good network, and professionals working in civil society organizations do know of one another and who's expert in what, so we can reach out to each other. But experts working in public institutions, not really. They do not really reach out to CSOs that much, or at least not as often as they could or should. I wanted to share just a few quotes from interviews with professionals. I forgot to say this at the very beginning. When talking about the experiences of professionals, it's a bit, how to say, like, it's very different if you talk to a police officer, a prosecutor, or judge, or a lawyer, or somebody providing psychosocial support working in a CSO, or a psychotherapist, or a legal counselor that has a legal office in an NGO. So I just tried to pick out a few quotes. Like one lawyer said that he completely relies on his personal network, that there is no systemic support for him. But naming all the profiles of professionals that we did interviews with, in Slovenia right now, I think the criticism is not focused on the police anymore. It was in the past, but we've realized now that most of the critique is right now towards the prosecutors. because it seems that the police has improved quite a lot, let's say, in recent years. They also did a few projects together with civil society organizations. They actually even did some of the trainings. We also have one training next week with the police. But what professionals are now pointing out, and the victims as well, is that very often I don't know, the bottleneck or where the things stop is actually at the prosecutors. But one of the prosecutors, for example, said that the general doctrine is that prosecutors should not deal with victims. It's none of our business. I often go beyond that because it is important to me. Some people do and some people don't. This was a statement from a prosecutor, for example. Then a lawyer, to our knowledge, he's probably one of the most sensitized lawyers, at least in Ljubljana, that we know of. And even the institutions are also aware of that, so very often they specifically call him for certain cases, to handle certain cases. And he said, lawyers are not skilled enough in such conversations. If you are unable to conduct an interview with such a person, hate crime victim, you can cause them even bigger trauma. Or, for example, a psychotherapist said, in reporting procedures, a person who is a victim of violence is much more exposed and targeted than the perpetrator, and this should absolutely be reversed. And the comment on the police, for example, was that the police leadership understands these issues much better than the individual police officers in the field. And then this is a problem because, of course, hate crime victims or survivors, their first contact will be with the police officers in the field, right? So the experiences are still very often quite negative, even worrying sometimes. I think most of this was covered today, so I can skip the needs and expectations of the professionals. And maybe to just emphasize one more time that trust is essential, and it seems in all of our countries that there is a big issue with lack of trust in public institutions, in judiciary system as such, in the work of the police, and so on. The capacity building, the sustainability, not working on short-term projects as we do mostly. These are all of the problems. But again, trying to look for something positive, it does seem that at least professionals working in civil society organizations are now much better informed. There's also much more cooperation between, like I said, those working in civil society sector, not yet as much as we would want between the public institutions and between public institutions and civil society organizations. Yeah. What else? Maybe just to conclude, survivors definitely need more than just a symbolic support. They need robust, sensitive, sustainable system that shields, respects, and empowers. And professionals are actually the backbone of systems, of good systems. So if we do not strengthen their capacities, their voices, their legitimacy, we risk fragile scaffolding around survivors. And it is important to make the professional field of hate crime support not a niche side effort, but the cornerstone of justice, dignity, and human rights. And I will conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maya. Since we do have some minutes left in our panel discussion, I would like to delve more into the paradox of re-traumatization. Some survivors report that the process of seeking justice was more traumatic than the initial hate crime itself. Is this a system where we can do something to fix this situation, or there is something inherently traumatizing about justice system? What we can do as a civil society, as professionals, to actually address this issue? We would like to start.
I can start since I'm sitting behind the microphone. And I'm glad you brought up this question, because we were actually discussing this in our ENACT training last week when we did a certain exercise, and it turned out that those people that knew more about the system and the procedures and how they look like, they said that if they would experience hate crime, they would most likely not report, just because they know what they would have to go through. So yes, I think it is very traumatizing. What we can do, I mean, there are some little improvements that we've noticed in Slovenia, for example, when the courts do put a bit more attention to not bringing perpetrators and victims together at the same time, because a court building in a smaller town is very small. So if you have time slots, you know, together with perpetrators, with victims, it's very difficult for them to avoid meeting each other. So now we do notice that courts put a little bit more attention, at least to things like that, or having online hearings, for example, but it still depends on each individual judge, for example. So there is no systemic, I don't know, like guidelines or something like that, but it's up to each individual person.
Any other takes?
Yes, maybe just a small comment. It is indeed true that it's a difficult process for mostly everyone, but for example, during the ENACT interviews, we also asked we asked all of the victims that we interviewed if they were overall satisfied with the process that they took after reporting, or the process of reporting, and even the procedures that took place afterwards. And some did say that they were satisfied. So some said that they were overall satisfied with the process and did not have a very hard feeling towards it. So I think that when they are met with professionalism and supportive attitudes, that can decrease the burden on them during the process as well.
Well, speaking on attitudes and personalities, you know, when dealing with hate crime, sometimes the success of a procedure really depends on concrete personality. It boils down to a human factor. So what we should do to increase this or better this human factor to actually for justice professionals to see hate crime beyond the matter of, you know, compliance, beyond the matter of the law, and actually make it more human-centric and sensitive. How to increase this sensitivity among justice professionals? Are there any kind of techniques that could assist us?
So I'm thinking that there is a part that has to do with basic training of professionals, and that's a task for us people who work at universities. But it's not a matter only on what a professor decides to teach. It needs to be a structural thing of the what's it called, like the curriculum, the curriculum of the programs, and that is an issue. It's not that easy to introduce, because sometimes you meet with power dynamics that do not allow you to introduce certain things because they are thought to be not that important, right? But so there's a struggle in there. There's a struggle that needs to be carried out within universities of basic training, and then of course carry out trainings to professionals who are already in service, which are most of them, no? I have lots of hope in training and education, at least.
Thank you, Nuria. As we already established, good or decent legislation does not really often translate into reality well. So what do you think, would deter the perpetrators even more than advanced legislation? What else can be done? And maybe in each of your country's context, what can be done beyond beyond legislation to actually deter the perpetrators?
Well, me personally think that a cultural change should take place. I mean, it's not legislation. Cultural change, so which starts from other starting points, which is not a legislative change. And I was thinking in recent experiences that we have in our country of both restorative justice and transformative justice. These are new ways of thinking justice as being effective, because also this also has a multiplying effect. It means that it makes things better for the survivor, for the perpetrator, and for all the community. So these are new ways of thinking justice, which go beyond what we call the punitive justice. So not only the punishment, but it aims to transform people, transform individuals through experiences after a crime has been committed. This is it can be a very long way. It can be also very painful, but it has shown to have its effects in the life of individuals.
Any other things?
I agree, and I would actually add, just because in last years or recent years, it's been noticed that more and more perpetrators are actually minors. Usually it's the high school age group, like between 14 and 18, and usually it's boys. The general education, curricula, and also the punishment. In Slovenia, I still think the restorative justice is not yet evolved, and it's not yet used a lot. But what probably works better than somebody paying the fine in cash, right, in certain amount, is devoting their time. So the community service or something like that, I think, has probably a better influence, at least on a teenager that is 14, 15, 16 years old, than, I don't know, getting a different fine. So I think maybe this would have also this I don't know, moment of aha, that a young person, a young perpetrator might have.
I just want to add, in relation to transforming through legislation, because that draws directly to what my presentation was about. Because of course, as Maya said right now, no, that the transformative power of punishment is very limited, but there is another way that legislation can work towards, because we can create legislation towards making it mandatory for administrations to do certain things. Like in the case of Catalonia, there is a law from 2014 which created services for LGBTIQ people, and this is part of a legislation act. action, right? So legislation doesn't need to be always towards punishment, towards correction. It can go towards prevention and transformation as well. Okay.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience for our panelists? No questions? Oh, yeah.
We should get the microphone for the translators.
Good afternoon. My name is Katerina and I'm also a part of the ENACT Project team in Slovenia. I work at the Peace Institute, and maybe I would like just to address how the biggest issue that I faced during the interviews, during the focus group, and during the national workshop, maybe that was also mentioned, but maybe not so much given attention, is that there are no safe places for LGBTIQ plus survivors of hate crimes. I can speak for sure for Slovenia because this was confirmed by all the actors, by the state, by the NGOs, by the victims, survivors themselves. So maybe in the course of a potential future project, maybe our aim to be to create first safe spaces where they can stay after the violent acts. And maybe this could be like some introduction to a more holistic approach towards them, and maybe improvement of the whole legal system and providing support. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other insights or comments? In that case, maybe we can end the panel on a note that, it is very important to continue this conversation, and it is even more important to turn it in a more concrete action. And thank you, our panelists, for your commitment to the work of improving hate crime victim support. And let's go forward to the next panel. Thank you.
Okay, let's try. So Professor Langarita, as the author of the conference, was supposed to deliver these closing remarks, but he had to leave unexpectedly. So let me say some few words to close this conference. As we bring this rich day to a close, I would like to reflect on what we have experienced together, and more importantly, on where we go from here. Today's program has been more than a sequence of sessions. It has been a journey through the many dimensions of justice, vulnerability, and responsibility. This morning, during the institutional reception, we were reminded that public authorities, from national ministries to regional governments and universities, recognize the urgency of addressing anti-LGBTIQ hate crime not only as a marginal issue, but as part of the democratic fabric of our societies. Immediately afterwards, in the presentation of the ENACT overview and main results by Professor Langarita, we were confronted with the evidence. Survivors continue to face barriers that no European justice system should tolerate. And civil society remain a vital bridge where institutions still fall short. Later in the session by Sal Castro, we heard a powerful testimony about what it means to work on hate crime cases from within the legal system. And it was a reminder that the people inside the institution are not obstacles to change, but they are often the first ones to demand better tools, better training, and better cooperation. Later, Mark Walters reframed our understanding by bringing us back to something fundamental. Hate crime is not only personal harm, but group-based oppression. So it resonates far beyond the individual incident. It shapes social hierarchies and sends a message of exclusion that reverberate through the entire communities. So his words made it clear that supporting survivors is not only a matter of administrative efficiency, but of democratic ethics. And this afternoon, the panel on improving support system added nuance and depth, showing us the diversity of survivors' experiences, the impact of political narratives, the institutional obstacles that remain, and the emotional labor carried out by those who work directly with the victims. The conversation drew together research, practice, and lived experience in a way that could only happen in a setting like this one, so a truly transnational, interdisciplinary space. So all of these leads to the same question: what comes next? ENACT formally ends today, or in a few months from today, but the needs that motivated the project do not. So the relationships we build cannot be temporary. The knowledge we have produced cannot remain static, and the commitments we have heard throughout the day from institutions, from practitioners, from researchers, from the civil society must live beyond this conference. So what comes next is the work of transforming ENACT from a project into a sustainable practice. The tools we have developed, and you can find online, should become part of everyday institutional routines. The cooperation we have fostered should evolve into stable, long-term partnership. So the training we piloted should become integrated into professional education, not offered only when a European project makes it possible. And we must also broaden our vision. Several interventions today reminded us that hate crime intersect with social vulnerability, economic insecurity, and political hostility. Supporting survivors means addressing these intersections. It means seeing justice not only as a legal response, but as a constellation of services, rights, and communities working together to restore dignity. So the post-ENACT phase will require us to stay connected, to remain vigilant, and to speak with a unified voice. The European landscape is changing quickly, and not always for the better. So the evidence produced here is a tool for advocacy. It should inform policy, shape funding priorities, and contribute to the evolution of the European Union victims' rights agenda. As we leave this auditorium, I hope we take with us the spirit that guided every session today. The institutional responsibility emphasized this morning, the clarity brought by the research results, the honesty of professionals, theoretical framing that helped us see the bigger picture, and the practical wisdom of those who accompany victims every day. These are not separate elements, they are the pillars of what we must come next. So thank you everyone for participating, thank you to you for your work, your trust, and your commitment. The project ends here, but the future of this work, of building systems that truly support survivors, begins today in the choices all of us will make moving forward. Thank you.
I'm going to Catalan, faré els últims.
All right, so I'll finish my last remarks and and acknowledgement in Catalan. So from the University of Girona and from the team who were organizing this event as part of the project, well, we would like to thank you all for your participation, all the people who are here until the very end. I guess that you will agree that today was a very interesting day, as Giacomo Vigiani, the project coordinator, was just saying. I think that we were able to learn lots of things. The project ends here, but we have a lot to do. We have lots of things to do. So we will be happy to keep collaborating and to keep in touch with all the people who are here today. I would also like to inform you that in the coming days, you will receive an attendance certificate, because this may be useful for you, maybe for professional or training purposes. And you will also receive an email with a satisfaction survey to see whether you're happy with the event today or whether there are things to be improved. And finally, well, just to remind you that we're here for you in case we can be useful. So thank you very much.